deport that many fucking people, man. Like, apparently they said there's over like 20 million illegals in the country. To get rid of that many people, so like, you do the math, right? So 365 times 4, so 1460. So 20 million divided by 1460. So you got to deport 13,000 people a day. That's a lot. That's a lot of people. Like, yeah. Plus the family. Yeah, that's a lot. If you got to deport, that's a lot of deporting. That's every day. You don't take a day off.
Stories that we are seeing here on this Monday, and one of them has to do with President-elect Donald Trump. We saw in his past administration where he would make news on social media, and that is going to continue on during this administration, already doing so today. I do want to mention and showcase this. This is what I am talking about.
By the way, I think it's a good thing that more politicians and people like this are doing news and like putting out their own stuff rather than using media to put out information, because it gives them more power and it takes power away from the media that I think is biased and controlled and works against people's best interests.
This has to do about his mass deportation plan when it comes to undocumented immigrants here. This is what was said where Donald Trump confirmed some of
I hate that word, undocumented immigrants. I think that's the most annoying fucking word, because it's just soft language to make it seem like they're not committing the law. It's like saying that you have undocumented stuff when you walk out of a store because you don't have a receipt because you stole it. They're illegal immigrants. Undocumented.
News reporting that has been in the past saying, this was from Tom Fitton putting this out, saying reports are that incoming Donald Trump administration prepared to declare a national emergency and will use military assets to reverse the Biden invasion through a mass deportation program.
So he's going to try and use the military. Whoa. And then he just responds. He says, true. Oh, man.
Then Donald Trump replying and putting it out there, confirming it, saying true with some exclamation points here. So we want to continue to talk about this, a major policy, of course, of Donald Trump, what he campaigned on when it was talking about migrants in the United States. So let's bring in our next guest here of this hour. This is from Axios, Steph Kite, Axios politics reporter and immigration expert. Thanks so much for joining us here on Live Now from Vox today.
Thanks for having me.
No problem. So let's get right into it here. This is something, of course, that Donald Trump campaigned on, talked about what would happen if he became president. Now we're seeing some of what he is describing as his plans for this administration. Just tell us a little bit about the details of this. Of course, he said during it that he was going to focus the beginning parts on the actual criminal migrants in the country.
Yeah, I mean, there's no question that with a second Trump administration, he's going to be, even more aggressive when it comes to cracking down on unauthorized immigrants in the U.S. And he's planning to use all sorts of legal loopholes and options within the federal government to do so. We've heard him talk a lot about using parts of the military to crack down on cartels in Mexico.
I feel like that's probably what he should do, to be honest, because I feel like a lot of the people that voted for him, that's what they want to have happen. Like, I feel like this is like a big topic for a lot of people, and they want him to do this.
For example, but also using federal law enforcement agents to expand the number of people who can be involved in these arrest and deportation efforts. Because when it comes to arresting undocumented immigrants and deportation, it requires a lot of logistical planning, and it requires a lot of manpower and investment from the federal government. And I've spoken to Trump officials who say that they do have very specific plans to not just involve ICE agents whose job it is to kind of arrest and deport immigrants who are in the country unlawfully, but to also include other federal agents such as DEA agents, potentially.
Thank fucking God. Make the DEA useful. Great.
The National Guard. So they're going to use as many options as possible to make this happen.
And another question that is big and continues to be talked about and remains to be unseen. So we don't. It's not just not on the border counties and towns. These migrants are really all across the country. So how would this look as far as from getting them from one place to the next? How would that look like?
Just get them on a plane, fly them out, right?
Yeah, I mean, again, these are very difficult logistical maneuvers,
Yeah.
right? And there's different ways that ICE agents will target immigrants in the country illegally, and some are work site raids, for example. That's something we've seen in the past, where if they have knowledge that there is a company that's employing immigrants who are not in the country lawfully, that can be one target for ICE
They
agents.
say they're gonna raid them. God damn. Wow.
Sometimes they can, target specific people's homes. This is usually the case when the person in question has, some kind of criminal record. So
Yeah.
this could look a lot of different ways. And I will point out that in the past, deportation sounds, can be something that people in the U.S. are supportive of. They feel like immigrants should follow the law in the processes to get here. But the reality of a worksite arrest or at-home arrest is quite hands-on and can be, a disturbing public image at times, especially when you have kids involved or you have parents involved, when you have kids who are U.S. citizens involved. So that is a question, that I have as we move towards this.
I think that that's true to an extent, but I actually think that most people probably don't give a fuck. It's womp womp, too bad, right? Deport them together, yeah. I think that the sentiment has changed a lot, because I feel like there's been a lot of emotional blackmail that a lot of different policies use and they utilize. And so it's like, well, you don't want to do this because it would make people sad. And I feel like that's not as effective anymore. People just don't give a fuck about it as much. They're like, yeah, we know that, we're going to do it anyway. And that yeah, follow the law, exactly. And I think that, yeah, a lot of people are just tired of that.
Becomes more of a reality. Do we see continued support for these kinds of policies as we've seen during this election cycle, or do we see a backlash when people realize the reality of what a mass arrest and what mass deportation efforts actually look like? And
I think it might. There's also a chance it could be the opposite. When people actually see that it's happening and it's working, it will make them even more supportive of it. Because it's it was one thing that you're talking about it, but whenever it's happening and people are like, holy shit, it's actually happening, yeah, people are going to be more supportive. Because you want to get people motivated, have them win.
And on the deportation front in particular, I would note that deportation is a very difficult maneuver, that we only have so many planes. Logistically, think about commercial flying, all that goes into traveling across the country, and then add in a international flight, sometimes to very far destinations. And the fact that these are people who typically are shackled while they're being deported, all of the security required for that. So this is going to be a very difficult lift, requiring a lot of resources, potentially additional resources from Congress. So while Trump is clearly very serious about these proposals, it will take a lot to actually get it done, not to mention cooperation from countries like Venezuela that we've had difficulty with them actually receiving their citizens back.
And tell me a little bit.
How would you have difficulty with that? It's their fucking people.
About the media perspective and just how much.
I think it's real privilege opinion. I think you're owed the right to live in a place that's not yours, and think that you're owed some kind of consideration for your situation when you disrespected us by coming here. Yeah, I think so too. I mean, to be honest, if I was a if I lived in one of those countries in South America that sucks, I would try my best to try to get up here, right? And if I thought I could, I would illegally immigrate too. But the thing is also, I mean, you can't expect people to just be okay with that. I don't blame them for doing it, but it doesn't mean that you can let them do it. It basically, I can see where they're coming from. I can see why they're doing it. It's just, it doesn't mean it's okay. I mean, I feel like if you can't see why they're doing it, I mean, bro, come on, think about it.
Of maybe how hard it will be to maybe report on these almost in real time, because you figure, you doubt that there would be press releases, oh, come to this area to see a mass arrest. It likely won't
Like
come
an
out like
event?
that. So how will it be on the media landscape to be reporting on this as it is happening?
It's a good question. And, it'll probably depend on the situation, right? There are some cases where administrations have wanted to showcase these processes as, a reason to deter illegal immigration towards the US, right? This is
Yeah, of course.
sometimes a measure to show that the US is taking this seriously. So I would not be surprised if in some instances the Trump administration, the future Trump administration would want some press coverage of events like this. Oftentimes they rely.
Well, they will want press coverage of it because there's a lot of people that voted for him that they voted for him to do this. That's what that was the point, right? And so of course they're going to want coverage of it because it's like him saying, like, hey, I said I was going to do this. Here it is. It's happening. Right. That's why I won. Yeah, exactly. Wasn't Obama deporter in chief? Oh, yeah. Obama deported more people than I think anybody.
On local press, people who are on the ground where these arrests are taking place. I have had the opportunity to watch deportation flights board and take off from the border. So it is something that you do have select access to, but also given the risks involved, there is limited access there. But, it has been interesting that these policies may be controversial to some, but Trump has been very open about what his plans are when it comes to cracking down on immigration in the U.S. It's been well reported throughout the campaign. We can look back at what he did during the past administration. This isn't an issue that Trump shies away on. It's one that he feels very confident in. So
I think that he shied away from it more in the first term. And I think that now the public has a different perception on like deportation. I think that in 2016, the way I remember it is that people were a lot softer on it. And I think that now people have a much harsher stance. I think that one of the big reasons for that is because of the economy. So the economy is a lot worse. And so the idea that illegals are putting pressure on the economy, whether you believe that is true or not, I think that it becomes a lot stronger of a motivator for people to have less empathy. The softly approach didn't work. Yeah, and I think so. And now, if you look at it now, I think a bunch of people, and also I feel like another component to this is like the, proverbial like Overton window. I think that a lot of people actually did want this, but back in like 2016, the culture hadn't shifted enough to where it was acceptable to say it, but now it has. And I think that now people are just pretty much saying it flat out, like, yeah, it doesn't matter who you are, get the fuck out of here. And I even remember like Donald Trump talked about, like I think it was 14th Amendment. I don't know if it's 14th or not. No, 19th is women voting. I think it might be 14th Amendment. It like kind of guarantees somebody's citizenship if they're born here. I remember he talked about that in 2016 and 2015. And he even said kind of like he alluded like, yeah, we're probably not going to be able to get rid of that. And so now I feel like there's been a massive shift.
I do think we will have a lot of insight into some of his big border proposals, though, of course, there's always been a little bit of a difficult relationship between the press and, former President Trump, so that could impact things.
Yeah, that is so true, and it'll be interesting to see.
I don't think that the press can hold him accountable for things anymore because the press has damaged their reputation so much. Like, basically, back in the day, even in 2016, like, mainstream media had more of a stranglehold on, like, culture and conversation. Whereas now, I think it's completely lost that stranglehold. I think basically everything from, like, COVID was the pinnacle, and then everything went downhill after that.
Again, how it is all going to play out from a campaign-style stump speech to seeing it displayed in real life here. So that will be what a lot of people are going to be looking at. And it should be also noted that the majority of Trump supporters, this is something that they want to see. And
exactly. They want to see him bring home the bacon. They want to see this happen. Like that's the thing that I feel like a lot of people aren't keeping in mind Like, he's going to do what's going to be like what his people want him to do. It's going to happen. They want to see it. Yeah, exactly. And I think also people that are going to kind of push against it, like any like Republicans or anybody else that pushes against it, I feel like they're just going to get shit on so hard.
They even talked about how high it was on the totem pole for them when it came to the economy and illegal immigration, that this was one of the two factors that they want. That's why they wanted Donald Trump back in office.
Yeah, that's exactly why. 100%.
It looks like we may have, let's see, do we have, I'm sorry, we lost you there for 1 second.
They should just use Discord. This shit never happens on Discord. Like, I don't know what they're trying to do, like some internal, just use Discord, man. Like, what are y'all doing?
All right, can you hear me now?
Probably still using Skype.
We got you good right now.
Just going to add, you're absolutely right that these policies are very popular with Republicans. It's one of the big reasons why Trump felt like he won the election, because he was right on this issue and spoke to the American people. And I would add that it's not just Republicans. And one of the things we've seen over the past year are more independents and even some Democrats raising more concern about the way policies at the border in particular have operated, especially with so many migrants heading towards Democratic-run cities. That has caused a lot of concern with Democratic officials even.
Well, the reason why that's changed is because people have felt negative effects from it. I think it's really easy for people that live in places that aren't affected by immigration to have high-minded opinions on illegal immigration, like it's okay or good. But when all those people get bused to their city or they get bused to their place and then there's problems, well, then suddenly things are different.
This is an issue that a lot of Americans want to see change on.
Yeah.
All right, Steph, Kai, thank you so much for joining us on Live Now from Fox Axio's reporter and also immigration expert. Always great to have you on. We appreciate your insight. Thanks again for all of the updates on this big matter. We appreciate it as always. We do want to continue on here on this subject. Let's go out right now to the border. That is where we have...
Yeah, I mean, like, deport all anchor babies. I feel like there's a lot of people that want to do that. Like, regardless, like, I don't think that they really give a fuck about the amendment or not. They're like, yeah, that's what we want to do. I don't know if they're going to be able to do that. I feel like they're probably not going to be able to be honest with you. I don't think that's going to happen, but maybe it will. I'm not sure. Will I do IRL border streams? I don't know about that. I have no idea. So, you know, we'll see what happens. Supreme Court will stop that. Funny thing about that. So... it's actually really convenient you bring up this. Yeah. So there's a really interesting situation with that. Wow. Ooh. Well, as a matter of fact, nobody wants family separations. I think that you're wrong on that. I actually think that a lot of people don't give a shit anymore. I do. Yeah. I mean, I actually think that a lot of people don't care. Now, you're still going to have some people that do, but I think that there's kind of been like again, like kind of like a big cultural shift against like what's considered, I would say, emotional blackmail, where I think a lot of policies, the effectiveness of the policies or like the push against the policies was kind of suppressed because people didn't want to have the bad optics of supporting something that could be seen as mean. But now I think that people don't care about that as much, and they're more willing to just have whatever opinion that they actually have. And I think that really there's a lot of people that support family separation. I think that, I don't know. I don't think it's a majority. I don't think it's a majority of people. It might be a majority of Republicans, but I think it's a extremely high number. It's a much higher number than people are expecting. Terrible take. I mean, I'm just doing a temperature check. This is what, like, I'm reading social media. I see videos. I see what people are saying in comment sections. I'm looking at like how news are covering things. Like, I mean, I'm not really like, this isn't like I don't like really want it or not want it. I'm just telling you, this is what I think people are moving towards. Straight up. Like, you can get mad at me, but don't shoot the messenger. I think that people are moving towards this. Joe Rogan has gotten so popular, it is insane. I'm actually kind of surprised. Joe Rogan. Yeah, Joe Rogan destroyed the mainstream media. I feel like the mainstream media, by the way, destroyed itself. Yeah, it's not really Joe Rogan. It's just that people got alienated from mainstream media, and Joe Rogan was there to kind of be, their rebound, basically.
Joe Rogan's not a journalist. He's never claimed to be, nor has he ever tried to be. He seems to just be a man who likes talking to people and hearing their thoughts and topics that he doesn't know too much about.
Yep.
He's curious, often skeptical, and values truth, which is why he doesn't really take too kindly when people, especially news networks and journalists, start spreading lies. It's something CNN has been doing to him over the last few years, and nothing's more satisfying than watching Joe Rogan expose these people for what they truly are. Like with Joe's feud with the quote-unquote most trusted name in news, Don Lemon. It all began...
By the way, Don Lemon is the one who got taken off of CNN, and he was on Twitter for a while, but he got so much hate and so many people were shitting on him that he had to publicly announce that he was leaving Twitter.
During the pandemic.
Yeah.
And Rogan revealed that he didn't see the point of getting a vaccine if you were young or healthy.
You're like 21 years old, and you say to me, should I get vaccinated? I go, no.
Yeah.
Are you healthy?
Ooh,
if you're
like
a healthy person and you're exercising all the time and you're young and you're eating well, and I don't think you need to worry about this.
Yeah.
When he contracted the virus himself, he took to social media to let his followers know how he was treating it with a cocktail of different medications.
I forgot about this. So, oh my God. So they put Joe Rogan's video. I don't know if he's going to cover this, but the video that they posted of Joe Rogan on mainstream media, they put a color filter on him to make him look yellow. Yeah, bro, do you remember the filter?
CNN saw an opportunity to stir trouble.
Yeah, look at
In
this.
the report following Rogan's announcement, the network claimed that the drug he was using was meant for livestock before showing Rogan's initial video. Interestingly, the expert they brought in to discuss the drug doesn't once mention its use in livestock and only comments that it wasn't meant to treat viral infections, only parasites. But CNN didn't seem to care about this and went ahead with their claim that Rogan was taking a horse dewormer.
His statement.
And we all remember the horse dewormer. Everybody was saying this. Everybody was using this term. It was the horse dewormer incident is one of the reasons why people think the government is controlled by lizard people that live in the middle of the earth. Because it was as soon as one person said it, all of the media stations were running with this with seemingly no restrictions at all.
On social media, Rogan said he has taken several therapeutics to recover.
Turns out I got COVID. So we immediately threw the kitchen sink at it. All kinds of meds, monoclonal antibodies, ivermectin, Z-Pak, prednisone, everything.
One of those drugs he mentioned, ivermectin, is something more often used to deworm horses. CDC says there's no evidence it works on COVID. Its increased usage has only led to a substantial increase in overdoses after...
As I said, mainstream media and the government did irreparable damage to their reputation. I think it will take 20 years to recover it, if that. It was so bad.
Pushed by some on the far right, seeding vaccine misinformation.
Yeah, this is, and that's another thing is the whole far right thing. Oh my fucking God.
For people medicine, mother.
Understandably, Joe Rogan was baffled by CNN's attempts to make him seem like a nutcase, and in the podcast episode that followed, questioned whether he should be suing the network.
Well. If it isn't old horseworm Rogan.
Bro, do I have to sue CNN?
I know, do you?
They're making shit up. They keep saying I'm taking horse.
I do think that the media companies that just continuously spread lies, basically, as a media company and as a news agency, you have extra protections for defamation. But if you're not acting like a news company, then you shouldn't get the protections of a news company.
Horse dewormer. I literally got it from a doctor.
But he seems to be a rational man and decided that rather than start a battle with this news network, he would instead invite his chief medical officer, Dr. Sanjay Gupta, to the Joe Rogan Experience. Dr. Gupta admitted that his colleagues had lied and claimed that he didn't know why they had done it.
By the way, I remember this interview. This interview went so fucking hard. This was so perfect.
You that the news network you work for out and out lied. Well, outright lied about me taking horse dewormer.
They shouldn't have said that.
Why did they do that?
I don't know.
You didn't ask? You didn't think that was yours? You're the medical guy over there.
I didn't ask. I should have asked before coming.
Well, here's the reason why he didn't ask. He didn't ask because speaking out against COVID and saying anything outside of the official accepted narrative that was it was basically, I'm pretty sure Scientology was less zealous than the COVID narrative. I mean, really. These people would put the Crusaders to shame. So yeah, of course he didn't want to speak out again. He didn't want to lose his fucking job.
It was such glee.
And the issue seemed to be resolved, and it was dawning that CNN was losing the battle against Joe Rogan, making enemies with one of the most influential men online. And so they
Imagine an entire multi-million-dollar, if not billion-dollar news network losing against one baldy in a basement. It's pretty fucking sad when you think about it.
Going to back down this easily. So when Dr. Gupta appeared on Don Lemon's show shortly after Rogan's episode dropped, it was abundantly clear that the reporter really wasn't interested in anything that had really been said throughout the exchange between him and Rogan, and only wanted to ensure that Gupta renounced the idea that CNN had lied.
But he did say something about ivermectin that I think wasn't actually correct about CNN and lying, okay? Ivermectin is a drug that is commonly used as a horse dewormer. So it is not a lie to say that the drug is used as a horse.
This is why people hate the media. You categorized it as a horse dewormer. And then you are going to fall back onto a technicality that, yes, in some cases they do that. But when you introduce it and categorize it as a horse dewormer, then people are going to think that's what it's for.
Horse dewormer.
Rather than discuss the points that Joe Rogan had brought up, Lemon defended the network by doubling down on the fact that because ivermectin was used as a horse dewormer, no one had technically lied. Therefore,
that's what mainstream media is really good at. Mainstream media is really good at lying without lying. They're really good at misleading and misrepresenting things rather than just saying something that isn't true. Rarely does that happen where mainstream media just straight up lies. They just say something, it's red is blue. They usually don't do that, but they will lie by omission or they will lie by implication. And I think the reason why people have been fed up for it, it's again what I said yesterday about how lying through implication and lying through omission, what that really does is it insults the intelligence of the watcher. Because it's like, hey, you're so stupid, we're going to try to trick you into thinking this thing that isn't true is true because we want you to believe it.
Could be proven wrong. Gupta confirmed Lemon's point, but when he tried to bring up the fact that Rogan was addressing claims that CNN had made about him specifically, the crux of the issue and the primary reason he had been invited to talk.
Look at that, bro. Look at his face here. Look at his face here. Look at this. The filter. Yes, bro. He's an undead. They washed him out.
When he tried to bring up the fact that Rogan was addressing claims that CNN had made about him specifically, the crux of the issue and the primary reason he had been invited to talk.
Look at that, bro. Look at his face here. Look at his face here. Look at this. The filter. Yes, bro. He's an undead. They washed him out on purpose? This is insane. He looks undead, yes. They did him so dirty, literally.
In the podcast, Lemon started talking over him.
I think that's important, and it is not approved for COVID. Correct?
That's right. Now, I think what Joe's point
that
is...
It has been approved for humans, but not necessarily for...
They are... I don't know if they will ever recover from this. I'm really not sure.
COVID, right? Yeah.
It's almost comical watching the network try to assert that they're a highly credible source of information with years of articles to prove it, all while refusing to even acknowledge that they'd made a mistake.
Much less bruising the ego. Despite his groveling. You see how this is What's really sad about it is that we need journalism, and you need to have people that are ethical and fair and honest. And so we can't, like, in a way, like, we can't just say, like, oh yeah, let's just not have journalism. But I feel like that's the way a lot of people feel with this. Won't happen? Yeah, remove their protection. I think that you don't even need to do that at this point, because the market the market has solved this problem itself. Why do you think all these people in these mainstream media places are getting fired? Why do you think they're all losing their jobs? It's because nobody's watching it anymore, and the advertisers that pay for the news station to exist aren't getting the conversion that they want. That's the truth. The market is correcting, and people are watching the Baldy in the basement a lot more than CNN.
Tell a very blatant lie, and Rogan was having none of it. During his next episode, he hammered CNN and dismissed their every attempt to maintaining credibility. He started by pointing out the idiocy and demonizing him, and the medications that he was taking. Rogan went on to poke holes in them.
It was really weird how in 2021, I think that if this hadn't happened, Rogan probably wouldn't have endorsed Trump. And I hope that people can look back in like the kind of like the domino effect of this and how it served to radicalize him and push him away from the left. Because, like, for example, like Joe Rogan was a huge fan of Bernie Sanders. Really? Yeah, I think so. I think that I can't say whether it would have happened or not, but I think that for sure we can all agree that it probably made it a lot more likely. Radicalized? Well, I think it did. Yeah.
Logic.
They're making shit up. They keep saying I'm taking horse dewormer. I literally got it from a doctor.
Yeah.
It's an American company.
Mm-hmm.
They won the Nobel Prize in 2015 for use in human beings.
Showing that the issue wasn't that they lied about the medication, but in the way they showed him trying to take this
Look at the yellow. Look at the yellow, bro. Like, this is in Tirisfal Glades. He's a level 5 undead warrior.
medication.
They try to make it seem as if, like, I'm doing some wacky shit that's completely ineffective. And
Right. Yeah.
CNN was saying that I'm a distributor of misinformation.
Oh,
First of all, it's like you called your dealer. You had it prescribed, right? So when they say it's not approved, it's not like you are using your own judgment. You're using the judgment of a medical professional, which is what they've been yelling for a year and a half. Listen to the experts.
Rogan was showing that they weren't
No, you don't listen to the experts. You listen to their experts.
these claims to protect vulnerable viewers, but there was something more at play.
It's about obedience, because they're the ones who are promulgating how everyone has to act. And then you have this guy from Austin over here, this comedian, telling people there was another way and the science isn't as settled. And all of a sudden, their sense of authority is diminished, because when you have choices, that means that person who wants to be the one to go to no longer is the one who has all the answers.
Exactly, because and this is also another reason that that guy made a really good point. It's that if other people are coming up with solutions, then it damages mainstream media's credibility for having like a monopoly on information.
They say things that are absolutely untrue. It diminishes their authority.
Don Lemon didn't seem to realize that he was taking on someone with 10 times the influence.
And what's crazy about it is that, we can now look at this in retrospect. Don Lemon is off CNN. CNN's ratings are terrible. Nobody watches CNN anymore. People hate them. And Joe Rogan is more popular than ever. And people say that he was instrumental in making Donald Trump win the presidency. Like, that's a clean fucking sweep, bro. It's not even close.
And CNN thought it had. And CNN's fixations with Rogan and their insistence on making him the bad guy is almost more reflective of the network's ideals than anything else. It felt like a desperate attempt to draw the audience's attention away from the numerous scandals they were dealing with at the time. CNN had drawn the lines in the sand, and Rogan was happy to meet that challenge.
They're lying at your network about people taking human drugs versus drugs for veterinary.
Calling it a horse dewormer is not a flattering thing. I get that.
It's a lie. It's a lie on a news network.
Well, that's the problem, is that it's not a lie. It's an intentional misrepresentation with a goal of misleading the audience. That's the worst thing that happens. Like, I hate lying to people, And so I know very well how to mislead people. That's what I'm really good at. It's a lie. I consider that a lie. I think that, so this is my opinion. If you communicate to somebody with the intention of making them believe something that's not true, you have lied to them, even if the words that you said were not false. Because of you have a malicious intent behind you. It is lie adjacent. But it is, to be fair, it is not technically a lie.
Work, and it's a lie that's a willing.
Yep.
That's a lie that they're conscious of. It's not a mistake.
He frequently called out the network's lies, but the main issue is with a few select reporters, one of which being Brian Stelter. Now that CNN had apparently declared an all-out war against Rogan and his ideals, Brian Stelter...
Joe Rogan's complaint about woke culture could be a ploy to grow his audience. Well, Baldy, I guess it worked. Crazy to look back on this. Fucking retard, I know. Yeah, it worked.
Decided it was his turn to take a shot at the comic.
So we just talked about CNN's ratings, under 450,000 viewers, and then the average Joe Rogan episode gets 11 million downloads, at least according to the latest.
Oh, come on. You can't do apples and bananas like that. With CNN...
To be fair, Baldy here is right. You're comparing average live viewers versus... what do you call it? Versus like the amount of total views. Baldy is correct.
Tens of millions of viewers a month. I think that's a healthy place to be. And that's, I think...
Tens of millions of viewers a month. You know what that reminds me of? My Clips channel. Am I CNN? Like, we have like 2 or 3 channels that get that many views. Like... The guy that makes these videos, Moon, gets that many views. What are we talking about?
A fairer comp to Joe Rogan, where, you know, Rogan obviously has a big fan base. But if you were to look at how many people are listening to him this hour, it wouldn't be nearly as big. And so that would be, you know.
And in turn, earned himself.
I actually think that what he just said there is accurate and true. But because of people's lack of literacy of understanding how media statistics work, he's going to be seen as the guy in the wrong. What he said actually was true there.
Bit of a reputation as a complainer. He covered a clip from Rogan's podcast
he was
in
right.
which the host is discussing how dangerous quote-unquote
But he's wrong because he's bald. Oh, God.
Culture and cancel culture can be. He was concerned with people being silenced. So Brian Stelter took to TV.
Well, here's another really big component of this that the video hasn't covered yet. I don't know if it will. Is that this was in concert with a massive massive effort to deplatform Joe Rogan completely. And people were leaving Spotify, like other artists were leaving Spotify, and they were trying to pressure Spotify to remove Joe Rogan's contract and to push him off of YouTube as well for these interviews. So it's not like this was like just a disagreement of, you know, whether it's a horse dewormer or not. This was something that was charged with a goal of deplatforming him and destroying his influence because they didn't want to see somebody who could be oppositional to them gain a foothold in the space. Even Neil Young tried to threaten leave Spotify. I thought Neil Young did leave Spotify. I'm pretty sure he did, didn't he? Huh. That's crazy. I just come crawling back, bro. Please let me come back, bro. Come on, man. I was just kidding. I didn't mean it. I wasn't trying to say nothing. Yeah, crazy how money will do that. Yeah, that's right. But keep in mind, he tried to do that. His goal was to have Joe Rogan deplatformed. That was his goal. Now, he was too stupid and meaningless for that goal to be accomplished, but that was still his goal.
spending his whole report essentially whining about Americans trusting the Joe Rogan experience more than his network and mocking his stances.
The hugely popular podcast host causing days of chatter by saying that straight white men...
You can tell he's so mad. Like, listen to the way he's speaking. He's so mad.
Hugely popular podcast host causing days of chatter by saying that straight white men are the targets of woke culture.
Well, that's crazy because there's a lot of people that agree with that now.
Eventually get to straight white men are not allowed to talk.
He also called Rogan's ideas on counterculture,
which, by the way, happened,
pervasive.
The fear about woke culture, about an overreaction, is pervasive, especially in right-wing media.
Brian Stelter seemed to be...
It was so pervasive, it won them the entire election. Too bad, Baldy. Maybe you can go do DoorDash.
Incredibly condescending, trying to play himself off as the superior person by bringing up issues he deems more important. It's his tone of voice and the way he talks about Joe Rogan that really makes it unbearable to watch.
Yeah.
Now, as for Rogan's recent comments, on one level it's just comical. Hearing this rich and famous guy express worries that even though he's paid to talk for a living, he's going to be silenced in the future.
And whilst...
Yeah. Because, you know, he's just... Jesus, man, what an idiot. What is this guy doing nowadays? Is he still at CNN? Who is this guy? Who is this fucking guy? Like, this is insane. So condescending. Yeah, like, what is it? Where's he coming from?
Brian Stelter no doubt saw this as a giant smackdown of Joe Rogan. Others saw the hit piece as just jealousy. While Stelter is a relatively successful journalist, he's not nearly as well known.
This picture was from a long time ago.
As Rogan, so when he tried to claim that Rogan's comments were a ploy to grow his own audience, no one could take him that seriously.
Rogan's woke culture complaint could be a ploy to grow his audience. Yeah, bro, people are trying to leech off of you.
Of course, Joe Rogan wasn't too pleased about Brian Stelter's summation of his character, and immediately started firing back. He began by highlighting the fact that Brian Stelter was a terrible journalist with an even worse show.
Joe Rogan ripped CNN's Brian Stelter for a fucking terrible show.
Referencing his interview with the White House press secretary Jen Psaki, during which he basically asked her what journalists were doing wrong.
For other PR professionals who watch what you do, for journalists who watch what you do, what's your advice for them about trying to stay close to the truth in this world of lies?
It seemed just so uninteresting in networking, more than any real journalism. But Brian Stelter didn't seem to recognize this.
He's just a glazer, man. That's it. He's just trying to say the right thing to the right people and be the good boy. That's all.
He seemed shocked when CNN cancelled his show, Reliable Sources.
That's what you get. Ooh, that's what happens. Humpty Dumpty cracked? Yeah.
Rogan had pointed out that he couldn't be mad that the market had reflected truths he didn't want to listen to. As the two men continued to butt heads, or in reality Brian Stelter continuing to try and look down his nose.
Yeah, bro, now he's in his house. He's podcasting now.
Rogan, his exposés never seemed to work, and instead Brian Stelter was really just exposed by Joe Rogan himself.
Yeah.
But Brian wasn't
I don't even think Joe Rogan exposed him. I think he exposed himself. This is the kind of, it's like the old fucking thing, never interrupt your enemy when he's making a mistake. And this guy's mistake was opening his fucking mouth. Like, that's it. Yeah, he didn't, Joe Rogan didn't need to do anything.
After this back and forth between CNN and Rogan, more journalists would join the bandwagon. As most often happens when people are pushing for the cancellation of a specific celebrity, someone went for Rogan's past and started circulating a compilation of him using the N-word.
Oh my god, do you remember back in like 2020 whenever people pretended to care about this? Oh my god. It was so exhausting where everybody had to pretend like they gave a shit about this. Oh my god.
20 times. CNN now had the perfect ammunition it was looking for. During their next few reports, Stelter and Acosta spent most of their time telling Spotify that it had to drop Joe Rogan if it wanted to avoid cancellation or completely failing. Talking as if
cancellation. Wow.
They knew Joe Rogan would lose his multi-million-dollar contract.
Yep, see, they're trying to do whatever they can.
is now apologizing, and we're going to find out if that's enough for Spotify, the company that has an exclusive distribution deal with him. Jim, this is all coming to light because of the recent controversy about
See, this is one of the things that a lot of people don't like to acknowledge, is that you can get away with anything as long as you're popular enough. It doesn't matter, like, if you say the N-word. It doesn't matter if you kill somebody. It doesn't matter if you're a terrible person. It doesn't matter if you're a racist. None of this stuff matters. If you're popular enough, none of these companies actually care about these problems at all. And all they're doing is responding to the market.
Vaccine rhetoric on Rogan's podcast.
Influencers and celebrities have all lost their positions for far less, and the two men seem very sure that the same thing would finally happen to Rogan. Specifically, Brian Stelter, who sounded
look at this rat, bro. He actually tried to do, like, what a nasty bitch. What a nasty fucking bitch. Oh my God.
particularly smug about the whole situation, gleefully waiting for his downfall.
And there are many examples, including in Hollywood and entertainment, where people have lost their roles for less than this, and that may be why Spotify is being so quiet.
And they seem to be fully aware of how damaging cancel culture can be.
Well, that's why they did it. They did it because they wanted to cancel him. That was their goal.
Even tried to inspire their audience to rally against Spotify and Rogan by asking
Exactly. Here we go.
anyone with minor influence about the situation. The only problem was they'd severely overestimated their power.
These videos have surfaced of him using.
And this is one of the worst things that you can do is to try to bite somebody and then they realize that you don't have any teeth, because then they'll never be afraid of you ever again, and it destroys your credibility and your the fear that you have. Like, that's what happens, is like if you try to go after somebody and you can't do it, it makes you look like a loser.
Word multiple times on his podcast.
The reporters were so desperate to try and turn the world against Rogan that they were creating a cartoonish character of Joe that just didn't exist. As people,
that's what's so crazy, is everybody, like, it's crazy how people like Joe Rogan have been like this guy was supposed to be like a major right-wing guy. Cancel culture is awful. Well, it's actually not cancel culture, it's control culture. And what these people want to do is they want to be able to systematically remove every incentive that you have for making content, so they can silence you and make you not able to speak your mind, so they can keep saying what they believe. And that's really what they do. That's what the actual goal is.
Would spend thousands of hours listening to his podcast, they could pretty easily see Joe Rogan's character from the screen. It was very clear to almost everyone that they were blatantly twisting the narrative of the situation to make it seem like Rogan was in a worse position than was true. According to CNN,
people, by the way, in a much lesser extent, people tried to do that with me. Like when I got banned, everybody was trying to do that shit to me. Like, people are constantly talking shit about me, hating on me, saying I was this terrible person, etc. And which time? Yeah, I just came back and I did the exact same stuff. And I'm going to be honest, I think I'm even worse now. I am. I think that the kind of stuff and the things that I cover now, because like I don't have to worry about sponsors anymore. So I can just I can talk about anything. I don't give a fuck. So now, like, yeah, it backfired. It did. And it literally, like, I'm not even kidding you, like on YouTube, like 2x'd my viewership. Very good day for me. Yep. Very good day for me. How about that? Wow. You've been making much clearer arguments? Yeah, I think I fucked up earlier today with like explaining that like affirmative action thing. But otherwise, I mean, I've been trying to be more clear with what I'm saying.
Spotify had deleted several past episodes of the Joe Rogan Experience and was debating whether or not to let him go.
Now, listeners have noticed that several dozen episodes have been taken down. Apparently, those are the episodes that we've heard the clips from today. So Spotify might be on a cleanup mission trying to erase some of Rogan's past. But will the company continue to stand by him
That's an open question. We've not heard back.
But in reality, it seemed like Joe was the one who had deleted the videos and had the full support of Spotify's CEO throughout the entire ordeal. He was actually relieved that the video popped up because it allowed him to address a few things about his past that he wasn't so proud of, and apologize for his previous mistakes.
Now, I know that to most people, there's no context where...
See, people don't actually want an apology. What they want is capitulation. And an apology is a way that you capitulate, but that's not all of what it is. And this is what people got really mad at me for, too. It's because I put out a video and I apologized for stuff, and people thought that I was going to come back and be like, playing Concord and talking about how good DEI in video games was. And then they got really mad. They said, wow, he's not doing that. They want a victory. Well, they want you to stop thinking for yourself, and they want you to say what they want you to say. That's it. So many comments that bent the knee. Yeah, exactly. And I wonder how they're feeling now. Like, yeah, probably not so good. Actually, probably great. Because they're doing what they want.
Say that word, never mind publicly on a podcast. And I agree with that now. I haven't said it in years. But for a long time, when I would bring that word up, like if it would come up in conversation instead of saying the N-word, I would just say the word.
Yeah,
I thought as long as it was in context, people would understand what I was doing.
Much to CNN's surprise, Spotify kept Rogan on its platform, and it seems like Joe and Spotify's partnership has been going great. CNN couldn't believe this and refused to accept his apology, continuing to try and frame him as a racist, as the journalists at CNN couldn't seem to wrap their heads around how Rogan had managed to survive a cancellation attempt, or why people would prefer to watch him than their professional journalism. Tim Acosta was particularly adamant about CNN.
Because it's not professional, that's the reason why. The reason why these people are crying about this is the fact that they did the only thing that they can do, and it didn't work. Like, the only real power that these people have is being able to cancel you. So that's the reason why they don't want people to be self-funded, and that's the reason why they don't want people to... They want people to have advertisers. They want people to have a network that they're under, so they can pressure the network and pressure the advertisers into suppressing their speech. Yeah, they ulted and failed. Yeah, bro, they ulted and it missed.
Me, it seems untenable to have that kind of video surface, that kind of compilation surface, and keep one's job.
When Spotify failed to drop Rogan as a...
No, here's the reason why. Nobody gives a fuck. Nobody cares. That's the reason why it happened. They're upset too. Yeah, they don't care. Like, nobody gives a fuck about this.
Partner, Acosta decided to try and guilt people into not listening to his podcast, saying it was just filled with quote-unquote locker room talk.
Yeah, that's why they watch it. That's the whole point. That's the reason why they watch it, yeah. It's that simple. Invite Iris to Texas for her birthday. I think you're a bit late. Nick's stream starts in the morning. Yeah, like, so usually he'll be live by like 10, 11. Like, it's 3 right now. So just get on next time a little bit earlier. And,
Rogan didn't even have to respond to these claims for people to see that the source of Acosta's attacks was just a thinly veiled contempt for the podcaster's success.
Oh, exactly.
As his podcast is everything the network wishes it could be. It was this...
Spotify credits podcast popularity for 24% in growth in subscribers. And old Baldy here thought he was going to get Joe Rogan kicked off. Oh, God.
Kind of rigidity and abject hate that eventually cost both Acosta's and Stelter's jobs at CNN. When the...
Damn, bro. Ooh. Ooh, wow. They're going to have to go to DoorDash. They're going to go do Uber Eats. Maybe just go do Lyft. How about that? Reflect damage? Yeah.
Company tried to rebrand itself as
put the fries in the pack. Yeah.
The quote-unquote objective network. However, eventually after a couple of years, Stelter would get his job back. But just because these journalists...
I'm sure they're paying him the same amount too.
Kicked out of CNN didn't mean they would stop hating on Rogan. They continued talking his podcast down and even claimed the network is comparable to the Joe Rogan experience in terms of views.
It's comparable? Wow, that's so impressive. Your billion-dollar company gets as many views as a bald guy in his basement in Austin, Texas. Wow. That's incredible. Good job, guys. Keep it up. Wow.
Joe Rogan no longer held any respect for either of these journalists, and just mocked them whenever their names popped up, going so far as to question their integrity after Stelter hosted a disinformation panel at the World Economic
Disinformation panel at the World Economic Forum? Oh.
Forum in Davos.
Bro. That's like the main base of operations for the lizards.
2023, with Joe just calling him basically a prostitute and remarking that he was probably very excited just to be working again in any way, shape, or form.
Brian Stelter's now at the World Economic Forum. What can we do about these problems?
He looked very comfortable there, didn't he?
Of course he does. He's with
he is.
Evil lizard people that are.
Everybody knows. See, like the thing, everybody fucking knows it. Everybody knows this shit. He said
trying
it,
to control the world. That's his bosses. He knows how to handle that kind of situation. I've been around these evil lizard people.
Well, he's probably very excited just to be working again in any way, shape, or form.
That's true.
You know, I mean, he's not a guy that really is supposed to be in front of a camera, right? He's supposed to be a journalist. But he's not even good at that. So what he's doing now is holding water for the evil leaders of the world who want to institute hate speech policies nationwide and centralized digital currency, and they want everybody to eat bugs, and because he's basically a prostitute.
You'll earn nothing.
These journalists
and
only
you'll be happy.
strengthened Rogan's summation of them. And while CNN's feud with Rogan was really entertaining, people just didn't seem to understand why they had so much hate for him. If they're covering the news, why were they so focused on this and not more important matters? And what's hilarious,
because they don't cover the news, they sell advertising, and they sell advertising by putting it next to news. And if there's somebody else that's putting more advertising next to the same news that they are, well, maybe they might lose out on the advertising.
About all of this is that CNN changing its tune would undeniably actually save the network. America's in need of a real truthful news organization, but unfortunately they completely screwed this up. People value objective perspectives on big issues that allow the public to form their own opinions, and they're just not getting that from CNN, no matter how much the network tries to claim otherwise. Not even their own audience can take their claims seriously anymore, as was proved.
Journalism. Why is CNN's reputation declining while MSNBC and Fox continue to thrive? I'll tell you the reason why in this circumstance. It's because MSNBC and Fox cater to, basically, they don't pretend to be unbiased as much as CNN does. MSNBC is a liberal, it's a liberal news station, everybody fucking knows that. Fox is a conservative news station, everybody fucking knows that. They're playing to their audience. CNN is trying to court people that are looking for an objective take on things, but they're no longer objective. So the one thing that they had, because you go back in time. Let's go back a little bit in time. Back in the day, CNN was supposed to be in the middle. And I would want to go, I would go to CNN if I wanted to know what was actually going on. I wouldn't go to Fox. I wouldn't go to MSNBC. I'd want to go to CNN. Now you don't. So I was the target audience, and I'm not there anymore. It's that simple.
When Stephen Colbert's audience laughed when he called the network objective.
I know you guys are objective over there, that you just report the news as it is. No, I know. CNN makes it
fucking based. And you can tell because the laughs were not synchronous. You can tell that they didn't put the light on that said, please laugh or please clap. Because it was one guy that laughed and then everybody else was like, okay, yeah, it's okay to laugh. Yeah, those are the real ones.
And I know
was that supposed to be a laugh line?
I wasn't supposed to be, but
yeah,
I guess it is.
They've made a massive joke out of themselves
why.
through clear biases and various scandals. But still, rather than take accountability, they try to turn the attention to someone else. But unfortunately, they pick Rogan. And Joe Rogan doesn't pull any punches. And remarkably, CNN's not the only news network that decided to pick a losing battle. As I mentioned earlier, MSNBC tried to start their own war with Rogan, and soon discovered that they bit off a bit more than they could chew. In August, a TikTok from MSNBC began circulating the internet.
They're trying so... Oh my God, I remember this. Holy shit, this was so stupid. Oh.
The video was captioned, "Joe Rogan predicts Harris will win the presidency," and featured Rogan seemingly endorsing the vice president, praising her as a strong woman and deeming her everything a person could want for a president.
She's gonna win.
No, she's not.
She can win. I feel like we are in this very bizarre time where people are giving in to the bullshit in a way that I never suspected people would before. And this is one, they just want no Trump, no matter what, and they're willing to gaslight themselves to think that. And by the way, I think Hillary could win. If Hillary jumped back in,
I've been saying that for months.
If Hillary jumped back in,
they should have had Michelle Obama. She would have actually won. Bring in Big Mike.
People were confused, as not even a month before the TikTok was posted, Rogan had pointed out that the vice president was incredibly unpopular before she even started running for president.
I just can't imagine the United States wants President Kamala Harris. I don't think anybody wants that.
He was right. That turned out that was true.
Nobody wants that. I mean, maybe some people would prefer that over President Trump, but nobody wants that.
The sudden change didn't make any sense, and it turns out MSNBC actually faked the video. Someone had taken clips from Rogan's interview with Michael Malice in July and edited it up so it seemed like he was actually endorsing Harris. It was pretty ironic, given that during the episode, the two men had discussed the fact that many news outlets were gaslighting their audiences by portraying the vice president as America's hero and making it near impossible to find any bad press about her, when just
that's true, bro. Like they really tried as hard as they could to get her. They did. They tried so hard, but in the end, it didn't even matter.
A few months prior, they'd actually called her the worst vice president in history.
Well, this is like master gaslighting and propaganda is what it is. So everybody forever was like, Kamala Harris is the worst vice president. She's the least popular.
I feel like maybe it's like they just wanted to release the Diddy list early, and it was just everybody that went to her rallies. All of the celebrities.
Vice president.
Like the moment that Usher deleted all of his tweets, and then like 2 or 3 days later, he's at a Kamala Harris rally. I'm like, I bet this is gonna radicalize people. I bet this is gonna get people to go to InfoWars. Yeah. Yeah, this is what sends people to InfoWars.
Of all time, and then in a moment in time, all of a sudden she's our solution. She's our hero. Yep. Everybody's with her. All these social media posts about her. Yep. Try Googling a negative story on her. You won't find one.
So,
ta-da!
Okay,
the praise that Rogan was actually giving out was to former Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard. The UFC commentator had praised her as a strong woman of color with years of...
That's right, yeah. He was praising somebody that wasn't even Kamala Harris, yeah. Oh my God.
That you serve as under a belt and use these points to highlight the fact...
Hey guys, I know a lot of y'all are trying to tell me about that Starship thing. I'm going to finish the video, then we're going to watch it, okay?
The Democrat Party had rejected her as a presidential candidate because she was unwilling to roll over and play the same game Harris had for so many years.
Bro, she took her completely out of the race. Like Tulsi Gabbard, like whenever she said that shit about Kamala Harris cackling about putting people in jail for weed.
You can also note that Tulsi is rarely mentioned in political discussions involving Harris and theorized that this was probably because anytime the two women got into a debate, Tulsi made the then senator look like a fool.
So in 2019, our pal Tulsi absolutely nuked her in that second debate. And if you looked at charts at the time, she's kind of, Officer Harris is doing okay. First debate she comes out, Joe Biden, you're a racist. The Democrats were looking for
Joe Biden's a racist. It's crazy how things change, huh?
Alternative to Bernie Sanders that wasn't Biden. She starts going up in the polls, right?
Yeah.
Second debate comes out. Tulsi, being a good Hawaiian, knows how to roast the pig. Just completely slams her. Not only that, she has no counterpunch. She goes on Anderson Cooper and she's like, well, I'm a top tier candidate, so of course people are going to take shots at me. That's her answer. She immediately starts going down in the polls. It's that day. You can see it on the chart I have on my Twitter. All the articles at the time that did an autopsy on Kamala Harris's failed campaign didn't mention Tulsi once.
The former Congress,
because they don't want to say it. The thing is, like, a lot of these people think that if you never mention the problem, then it doesn't exist. That's the mindset.
This woman would actually ask Harris a question or accuse her of something terrible, like keeping prisoners in jail longer than their sentence for free labor. And the vice president
Oops.
seemed incapable of giving a straight answer. Instead, she would bring up something irrelevant and try to move past the accusations without ever addressing them.
Now, Senator Harris says she's proud of her record as a prosecutor and that she'll be a prosecutor
And
president.
that's the other thing is, like, she can't, the reason why this works so well is because she can't act like she's getting bullied for being a woman. Like, that's 100% a huge factor. Absolutely. And, like, she couldn't do that. Oh.
But I'm deeply concerned about this record. She put over 1,500 people in jail for marijuana violations and then laughed about it when she was asked if she ever smoked marijuana. She kept people in prison beyond their sentences to use them as cheap labor for the state of California.
I did the work of significantly reforming the criminal justice system of a state of 40 million people, which became a national model for the work that needs to be done. And I am proud of that work. And I am proud of making a decision to not just give fancy speeches or be in a legislative body and give speeches on the floor, but actually doing the work of being in the position to use the power that I had to reform a system that is badly in need of reform.
Many of these accusations would have gotten anyone else cancelled, but Kamala Harris seems to have gotten a get-out-of-jail-free card. And then when Gabbard had heard what MSNBC had done, she...
Well, the reason why is she didn't get a get-out-of-jail-free card. Like, Joe Biden threw her a life raft because she was at like 1%. Nobody wanted her. Nobody gave a fuck about her. She was done.
Ran to X to share her thoughts on the matter. She demanded that the outlet apologize for the post before accusing it of violating the laws of the Federal Elections Commission.
Furthermore, it's another violation of FEC law by failing to report their propaganda as a contribution to Kamala's campaign. What a surprise. Wow.
All to spread lies and failing to report the propaganda as a contribution to Harris's campaign.
Not sure if you guys caught this, but MSNBC was exposed today for yet another set of lies.
Wow.
They deceptively edited together this video of different Joe Rogan comments to make it appear that he was singing the praises of Kamala Harris. This is not reflective at all of the truth of what Joe Rogan said. And I think MSNBC has since taken this post down. But what's really serious here is that not only does Joe Rogan deserve an apology, there's actually something far bigger at stake here. This is yet another example of how MSNBC is working hand in glove with the Democrat elite and the Kamala Harris campaign to try to spread lies, simply things that are not true.
Many were sure that Rogan would sue the outlet over the misinformation and started reporting that he wanted $30 million from MSNBC in damages. But the podcast host later revealed in an episode with Andrew Huberman that he never actually had any plans of suing. He was really...
You know why he doesn't have any plans of suing? It's because in order to sue them for, like, defamation, he has to prove that they lost money because of it. And MSNBC is so fucking irrelevant, they couldn't do any damage to be sued for damages. That's the real reason.
He just worried about casual viewers who would see the blatantly twisted clip and assume that it was his genuine opinion on the matter.
This has gotten so popular that my stepdad contacted me to tell me he's happy that I'm suing MSNBC.
Yeah, of course. Give me a sec. Hello? Yeah. Okay. All right, I'll talk to you later. Bye. Okay, got it. All right, yeah, bye. My dad called to tell me to stop interrupting the video because the launch is in 10 minutes. He doesn't want to miss it.
I'm like, I'm not suing MSNBC. But this is what MSNBC did. They took a clip of me talking about Tulsi Gabbard.
Yep.
And they edited it up and made it look like I was saying great things about Kamala Harris.
His whole incident further emphasized his opinion that media outlets only care about portraying news through a very specific narrative and not the truth. Like the recent Donald Trump assassination attempt, many news outlets that were biased made their feelings abundantly clear about the event. Rather than report the situation for what it was, many just...
I actually think this was okay. I know this might be an unpopular opinion, but I think it was okay for them not to say that there were shots fired until they were absolutely certain. I was.
claimed that loud popping noises had startled Trump off of the stage, and CNN even claimed that the Secret Service had actually rushed him off because he fell. After facing backlash, these outlets were no longer able to deny the fact that Trump had been shot. They eventually had to change their initial articles, but it was a blatant denial of the truth. However, those in support of Kamala couldn't allow the attempted assassination to continue circling the news, so they would do everything they could to bury it. Rogan was struck by how quickly such a significant event was swept under the rug and forgotten about, remarking how the attempt wasn't even the first result to show up on Google.
Admits to limiting searches about Trump? That's crazy.
He searched Donald Trump's name shortly after the incident.
Wow. I thought that Trump getting shot would, like, that's it, election's over.
Well, it was, to be fair.
Memory hold that so quick?
You would have thought Trump getting shot would have had 8 years of corporate journalists talking about hate speech causing violence to be like, let's take a step back. And that went for what, a week?
They did take a step back
for a
little
week.
bit.
For a week.
And then they went right back at him.
You want to talk about this memory holding?
Yeah.
With the insanity of the who's that? That was Elon who put up, like, if you Google President Donald, it says President Donald Reagan.
No, I tried it.
What happened?
Maybe they fixed it. It said President Donald Trump.
Okay. Well, he had a screenshot, so I'm sure he photoshopped
Donald Reagan.
I mean, it's based on a lot of things, right? Like what people are searching for.
Oh, God.
I would imagine that the assassination attempt on Trump would be the first one that you would see.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Assassination attempt on president.
Right.
It would be Trump because
Imagine
that's
that.
the most recent.
Yes.
But it's not.
And most newsworthy.
It doesn't even matter who you support in the election, but any sort of interference like this could be a risk towards democracy. And Rogan seems to have never really cared about people having different opinions. In fact, he's made an entire career out of talking to anyone and everyone. So many people who don't share his own views. But what he does care about is whether these opinions are based on truth, as he's been burnt by misleading headlines before. So his main concern throughout this whole incident was for casual viewers who didn't know much about Rogan and his opinions past headlines. He specifically brought up boomers who are set in their ways and often believe whatever's printed because they've grown up with the idea that the media never lies. And
it's also that they don't have anything to counter it with. A lot of people aren't, like, older people and people that are less media savvy, they're not looking for like 3 different references for something. They're just going to hear something and then be like, oh, I guess that's what's true. That's it.
Therefore haven't learned to differentiate between the truth and information that might have been manipulated, all to better suit the story of a journalist. Which is why Joe Rogan, like many of us, has very little respect for the media, who are more interested in earning clicks through misleading information than trying to figure out what's really right and wrong.
And removing the dislike bar.
At what point do you think the general public will come to understand that this is the way that a lot of things that they see out there are constructed to some degree or another, and stop actually believing it?
It depends on
2024. We found out
who the public is. That this is the issue right now with boomers.
Yep,
right?
we know now.
Liberals in particular. All they do is watch the news and read the newspaper, and whatever's printed, they believe. And it's very difficult to get them to consider, like, hey, maybe someone's lying. Maybe there's propaganda campaigns. Maybe there's like this widespread media narrative that they're pushing because corporations are behind it and advertising is behind it, and they're figuring out a way to manipulate the public opinion on things. It's very hard to get old boomers to believe that, because they're old, okay? So they're set in their ways. Their mind.
Nobody wants to admit that they were wrong. That's the reason why.
You know, I am a liberal. I am a Democrat. I've been a Democrat my whole life.
Nobody wants to accept they're wrong.
This is my community. This is my tribe. These are my people. And the news says this, and I'm with them. And oh, great, we're up in the polls now. And
what
for them,
a surprise!
It's like they're on a team. It might as well be the Dolphins versus the Raiders. It's the same kind of mentality in their head. And
politics have turned into sports completely.
They don't want to be challenged. That little part of their brain that exists when you challenge yourself and do things you don't want to do, that just shriveled up to almost nothing.
While it's still unclear whether he's suing MSNBC or not, he had no issue telling the outlet they had said a gross lie.
Yeah.
And I think someone that's willing to do something like that, that's a real offense. It's a real offense. It's not a small thing. It's a real lie. And it's a lie that changes other people's opinion. You take what's perceived to be an influential person and you distort their views in either way to shame them, make them look bad, or to promote someone else. Like, that's a real lie. That's a dangerous lie. It's a real offense. And I think that there's no laws against that right now. It's except libel law. I mean, you could take.
Well, there are, but it's just that the media has exceptions in the laws. And they use those exceptions to their advantage to lie with impunity.
But
That's the reason why
it's
they
a
do
real
it.
bad thing. It's a real gross lie.
However, despite all the media coverage surrounding the incident and public criticism, MSNBC has yet to apologize for the TikTok clip. All they've done so far is change the video to better reflect what was actually said during the interview, and say only in the caption of the video, mind you, that they actually made a correction. At no point was there any acknowledgement of their blatant misrepresentation of Rogan's opinions. Unfortunately, other news outlets haven't learned from this incident, and are still going out of their way to make it look
They
like—
will never learn because they're playing for all the marbles. If they lose this, then they lose their entire business model.
Rogan is showering
That's
Kamala
the reason
Harris with
why.
praise. Shortly after MSNBC's post and correction, the Daily Mail had decided it was their turn and posted a similar TikTok.
If you've got something to say,
Damn.
Did you
So
think
that alone can get you the president. This is we're in idiocracy. That alone, that is
Get a couple
very-
banger sound
listen,
bites, right?
You can't say that's not outstanding.
Totally.
She just crushed it.
Their video claimed that the podcast host was gushing about the vice president's speech in Atlanta and declaring that she'd crushed it. It's like people have completely forgotten the concept of sarcasm. Hilariously, in the clip used, Rogan even mentions Idiocracy, a movie we've spoken about before on the channel. All of this really isn't a great look for America.
It's sad, man. It really is.
Little recipes
There you
with
go.
their thing, so they're really committing to the idea that we really believe this is everyone's using this to chef stuff up. But there's an easy way this is not true.
How's
And that's
that?
because if you were to actually use these canisters for their intended purpose of whipped cream, it's way too much. Like, you only need a tiny amount of nitrous to fill an entire whipped cream can. And so this report at Fox 8 Local did a good job of breaking this down.
Servings of whipped cream per container. Now, a can like this typically takes about 6.5 grams of nitrous oxide to make. Compare that to this tank with 2,000 grams of nitrous oxide.
Well, I mean, damn. I mean, you want to buy the 2,000. I mean, that seems like a lot. Well, you think about how much whipped cream you could eat with 2,000 grams. That sounds amazing. That's a lot of whipped cream. That's 800% value. True.
Portion things out similarly, you can make approximately 22,792.
It's just crazy to me. It's like, imagine being the kid who gets to come to school with the strawberry watermelon 200-gram Galaxy Gas thing. Like, you're going to be the coolest kid in 9th grade. And the funny thing is, you're going to be the coolest kid in 9th grade for 5 years in a row.
Servings of whipped cream with that strawberry watermelon nitrous alone.
It's preposterous once you actually learn how much whipped cream this stuff could make. To think that anyone in their right mind would be using it for this. And obviously the creators of the product who are portioning it out know that fact. The reason they're selling something that could make 22,000 servings of whipped cream, which no normal person needs, is because they know nobody's using it actually for culinary purposes.
Of course.
The other thing is
By the way, Coffee brings up a really, really good point here. Totally fucking right. That the serving sizes, this is a serving size of 22,000. Sure.
These products are not sold by a culinary place. It's sold by like vape shops. In fact, if you remember the guy who supposedly created,
it's like where you want to buy these. Oh, well, you go to the so like, what's the closest thing you have to a drugstore? Well, Planet K is pretty close. Yeah, you buy it there.
Galaxy Gas. I'll show you them again. That's the buddy, and this is the other guy. This guy who did not invent it, but supposedly invented it.
For you to chef
Turns out
up.
you can find him as the promoter of something called Cloud9 Smoke Co., where he is making promotional videos for a vape shop.
The vape in my pocket is the Grello bar in the red apple frozen flavor. It tastes amazing, and of course this bar has the juice indicator.
So obviously this guy is not moonlighting as a chef. This is just a cover story to sell an illegal high, an otherwise illegal high.
No,
now,
that's the way it is. Like, whenever we was in high school, the thing was salvia. Like, salvia, whenever I was thinking I was a junior or senior or something like that. I don't remember exactly. Like, salvia was still, like, not criminalized here in Texas. And so, like, my friends, they would go and buy it. We go and buy it. Not we. I never tried that shit. just because it was expensive and I wanted to spend my money on magic cards. It's not because I was afraid of it. I just didn't want to spend the money on it. And so I never did it. But my friends would go to like Planet K, and like we were like 15, 16. They just sell it to us. They just fucking sell it to us. There it is. Believable? Yes. It's crazy.
I want to be clear. I don't believe that's the guy behind all of this. People have been wondering for a while, who is behind Galaxy Gas? Who are these guys? Because nowadays, first of all, nobody's really in front of the product anymore. They shoot...
Mr. Beast and Logan Paul are. And think what you did to them. Huh? Yeah.
Most of their videos from the head up, and they cover their sleeves. So it's hard to know. It's clear that they're trying to kind of cover their tracks. But we have a hint from an old magazine that they forgot to scrub off the internet. This is a feature in a vape shop magazine. It says, hitting new highs financially. Here you can see the first mention of the founders, what I believe to be the founders. It says there are brothers Amor, Sammy, Ben, and Kareem. They run something called SBK International, and they're the owners of Cloud9 in Georgia. So the company that guy was promoting, they own it. Sam, Ben, and Kareem Amor.
How convenient.
We know this is true because if you go to the state of Georgia, you can find that the guy on file for Galaxy Gas LLC is Khalil Amor. And the same guy is CEO of SBK International.
Well, that's convenient.
With the same last name as those brothers.
Wow.
Again, we can also find in a complaint against Cloud9 and SBK, we also see Khalil Amor.
Bro, it's not Cloud9, it's Cloud 16.
Hello, in this video, I'm going to be showing you how to set up, install, and configure Universal Lightning Pipeline for Unity.
I think these are the
First thing I'm
guys
going to do
behind it. They
is
don't
have
want
my
to
Unity
be
Hub
on the
open and
front
go to
of
New
their
Project.
culinary
I'm going
nitrous
to
organization
choose
for
the
obvious reasons.
2022.3.28F1 version of
seemingly
Unity,
the guys behind it,
and I am just going to use the default 3D built-in render pipeline option. If you don't want to go through the hassle of installing URP, you could just install this Universal 3D template and then just create a project starting from there, and then you'll have URP already installed and configured. But if you don't want to do that, you could go to the 3D built-in render pipeline option.
Being looked at by regulators very closely, and I think probably will get shut down or be meaningfully kind of watched. In fact,
it'll probably get nerfed, and then the kids will have to just go back to doing drugs, like, you know, normal drugs. But yeah, until then, they're going to go on it as much as they can. Good? Yeah, they're going to have to go back to just smoking weed.
Galaxy Gas, a lot of people haven't seen this, recently terminated their Georgia entity. So in just a few days ago, a couple weeks ago, they terminated their company under Georgia law. Additionally, you used to be able to buy their products on Amazon, crazy enough, and now they're unavailable. So are they...
That sounds like bullshit. I looked it up the other day and they were there. Galaxy Gas, Amazon. I'm gonna be real, like, I mean, I'm seeing a lot of this. Yeah. It's a reseller? Oh, you know what, bro? I think you could be right. I think these are resellers, because it doesn't say Galaxy Gas on the side. It's like Monster Gas. A Naz Whip. Yeah. No featured offers available for Galaxy Gas. Yeah, look at this. See if I can pull it up real quick so you guys can see it. Oh, fuck. I don't know if you can see it here. But, yeah, all these are not, they're not actually Galaxy Gas. So maybe they took them off because they were worried about getting too much attention.
Going under, are they trying to hide? It's unknown. But what's clear is that all eyes are on these guys, and they're definitely being watched. Now, do I think that's going to be the end of this epidemic? No, because there are so many copycat products, and similar people trying
like
to
if I wanted money, what I would do is I would just do another one of those and then try to sell them, because like sell them to as many kids as possible before they make it against the law.
And similar people trying to make money on a similar idea. But I want to be clear, all of them use the same stupid loophole of like, ooh, we're just wanting to sell whipped cream flavored chargers. But you know it's not true because of the size of the thing that they sell and where they sell these things. In fact, while looking at this video, even though Galaxy Gas is unavailable, you can get a similar size tank for nitrous oxide. You can get
for only
24 of them, which would do about 500,000 servings of whipped cream directly from Amazon. You can get it shipped to your door, free delivery. Anytime you see this
lot
stuff,
of ice cream.
Please do not report like, oh, people are misusing it for the purpose. No, it was always intended to be misused. It was always...
No, somebody says, I don't think most people are doing this. I think it's an overblown story. This stuff is dangerous. Why would you want to fall on the ground due to lack of oxygen? Kids are stupid, and they love doing drugs. It's pretty simple. There's really not a lot to it. Yeah, I mean,
intended as a way to get people high. It was just a loophole that these scumbags were doing to make money from you losing brain cells or people you love losing brain cells.
Right.
So, yeah, I just wanted to cover that. I just thought I've seen a lot of people report on this, and everybody seems to be smoke screened by this food intention. And I just wanted to be clear about, like, who's behind this stuff, what's actually going on, and where I think it's going, which is, like, it's probably hit its cultural moment, and I think probably regulators are going to crack down at this point. So, anyway, that's basically it. Thanks for watching
crazy,
this
man.
Galaxy
Absolutely
Gas review.
Crazy. Wow.
What do you get when you...
My clients in rehab would bury their shit in a jar and then ferment it and get high off fumes. Yeah, they did that back in the day, too. It's called getting shit-faced. But no, it's been very common, actually. Like, that's not new at all. And they would also do it with cow shit, too. Yeah, that's a really, really old one. Janka? Yeah. Let me go back. I'll link you guys this video. This is... I didn't even know... So CoffeeZilla is a second channel. What the fuck? I didn't even know that. Yeah, there it is. Actually, I did know that. I forgot. But yeah, there it is. There is the video. Give it a like. Man, why pay for whippets when you can just stand up too fast? Jesus Christ, this person's probably in their 30s. Why would anyone do drugs if they could just mow a lawn? Hank Hill. The big tell of nitrous itself doesn't need to be flavored if it's used for food. It's being used to be getting high. Yeah, I agree with you. I absolutely agree with you. I wonder what's going to happen, to be honest. Like, I really do. Like, I don't even know. Because the problem is, like, regulators are really stupid. And so are they going to be able to take control of this? Are they going to figure out what's going on? Or are they just going to fuck it up? Because I feel like they're probably just going to fuck it up, to be honest. That's exactly what I think would happen. Do you see the one made for the guy who stole millions in crypto? No, I didn't see that. But I think that there's a lot of, like, this is what's going to happen, right? Is, like, kids are going to start doing this more. And I do think that if you're a kid and you're doing this and, like, you're, like, it's just, like, I mean, I don't know. Like, I mean, how do parents let your kids do that? I mean, it's permanent brain damage? Yeah. You need a business license like in many EU countries? Oh, you think so? Maybe. Maybe you're right. I don't know. Depends on how many money you make for it? Yeah, true. Would you admit it if you've done them? Would you admit if you've done them? Yeah, sure. Why not? Like, I've smoked weed before. Definitely. I did it twice. I didn't like it. I stopped doing it. I've drank alcohol before. I've drank alcohol, like, many times. Like, I was younger, right? I mean, like, up to, like, 22. I would, like, drink alcohol socially. And, like, not a lot, but, like, maybe 1 or 2 beers. And then I stopped doing it because I didn't like drinking alcohol, and I just drank it to fit in. And I was like, okay, well, why am I even doing this? Fuck this. And then I stopped. So yeah, ever get sick? No, I never got sick. Like, I just don't really like it. I don't enjoy it. It's not like there's no good part of it to me, right? Like, it's not fun to do. It's not fun to pay for it. It's not fun. It doesn't smell good. I don't like the way it smells. It's just not something I'm interested in doing. Now, if people want to drink alcohol or do drugs, I don't really care. You know, I'm not going to be like, oh, wow, this is so bad, you shouldn't do this. But if you ask me like what my opinion on it is, I don't think anybody should do it. Like, unless you're doing it for like a medical reason, then I actually don't think anybody should smoke weed and anybody should drink alcohol. I think the world would be a better place if nobody did it. So apparently, young adults living with their parents. How many of y'all right now live with your mom, live with your dad, live with your parents?
About 1 in 3 Americans between 18 and 34 years old live with their parents.
Yep.
And while you may have heard more about this recently, this trend isn't new.
Between 2005 and 2015, this share just grew very steeply over this 10-year period. Since then, it's been fairly stable. There was an uptick, of course, during the pandemic. In the wake of the pandemic, those rates of parental co-residence are now about where they were right
It's
before.
crazy how big of a difference that there is with men and women. Because green is women, blue is men. And men, it's like they're 10% higher to be living with their parents than women are. I think that's insane.
Part of the reason we see this escalation of young adults not leaving the nest or returning to the nest is this idea that it was harder and harder for them to weather shocks.
Nearly 30% of Gen Z said they would like to save, but don't make enough money. And roughly 2 in 5 millennials and Gen Z adults feel it's harder to build financial wealth now than when their parents were their age because of the economy. 27-year-old Victoria Franklin has been living with her mother in New Jersey since she graduated college in 2019.
I saw all of the money
2019. Okay.
that I was saving.
She's like 25.
And I thought, maybe I should stay home
23.
for a little bit, and I didn't feel an urgency to move out.
Not everyone is enthusiastic about this trend.
You guys are making 6 figures together. You can't tell me you can't afford a house. They just don't want to spend their money.
Told ya.
They just don't want to spend their money. Yeah, exactly. That's the reason why. It's weird to me because I feel like a lot of I feel like in a lot of like Asian culture, it seems like this isn't really as normalized. And I don't know why in American culture it's become normalized that like you have to move out when you're 18. It feels kind of weird.
36% of Americans said in a 2022 survey that more young adults living with their parents is bad for society. So here's why young Americans are choosing to
I don't think it's bad for society, but it's an indicator that society is bad. If that makes sense. Like, I don't think it's actually a bad thing, but the fact that, like, culturally, that's not what's normal for us, but people are doing it anyway, it indicates that there's something wrong.
With their parents, and what the implications are for the U.S. economy.
My name is Victoria Franklin. I am 27 years old, and I live in my childhood home with my mother and my boyfriend.
Victoria graduated from the University of Miami in 2019 and moved in with her mom when she was looking for a job.
After I saw the cost of living and things like that after
it's expensive.
I graduated, that maybe I'd be home for about a year.
More than half of Gen Z adults say they don't make enough money to live the life they want due to high cost of living.
I ended up bartending and waitressing until October, where I got my first offer, so it did take a little bit longer than I expected. Currently live at the Jersey Shore, and I was commuting into New York City, which takes about 2 hours each way. And I thought, in 6 months or so, I'll move into the city, be closer to the job.
A 2-hour commute?
Threw a wrench in those plans.
Oh my
Victoria
God.
now works a fully remote job, which she says she probably wouldn't have if it weren't for the pandemic. Without a commute to worry about, she was able to stay at her mom's for longer.
It's a lot harder for young people today to save up for, markers of the American dream than it was for previous generations.
This is why people are communists now, by the way. It's because they can't afford and they can't look forward to anything good in their life. And so they want to destroy the entire system because they're stuck living at their mom's house, like trying to apply for jobs that they're never going to get. That's the reason why. It's not even that people hate America. People hate America because they think that America hates them. That's it.
Part of the reason we see this escalation of young adults not leaving the nest or returning to the nest is this idea that it was harder and harder for them to weather shocks. And so, for example, if they suffered a layoff or they suffer some sort of health shock or they got in a car accident, if they didn't have any additional credit to weather that shock, they would end up moving back home. The financial...
that's what happens. It's like being broke and like not having like money to like, fall back on. It's like playing hardcore in like Diablo or PoE or something. Like you make one mistake and you're back to like level 1.
stability of young adults, their ability to pay for things if they got into an emergency was one of the big factors influencing whether or not they were living on their own or living with their parents.
A significant number of Gen Z adults and millennials lack emergency savings.
Yeah, exactly.
In fact, 46% of millennials and 32% of Gen Z have more credit card debt than emergency savings.
I gotta tell you something, is that I think a big reason for that is because there's no financial literacy taught in high school in a lot of cases. And so people don't understand like wasting your money and like what credit card debt is, how interest is accrued, what is compounding interest, like how does this shit work? And so they just, you know, as soon as they turn 18 and somebody says, I'm gonna give you a card that gives you $10,000, well, and none of this makes it okay, right? But like I'm just saying, like this is like, you know, you cultivate an environment for this to happen, it's going to happen.
This can have ramifications for setting up a financial future.
Yeah.
Roughly 1 in 4 Gen Z adults say housing costs are one of the biggest challenges to financial success.
Well, fucking obviously. The reason why is because of the down payment, I think, for a lot of people. It's because, like, you know, if you don't have a lot of money, it's easy to get, like, a small amount of money together, but it's really hard to get a lot of money together. So, like, saving up, like, let's say 30 grand to, like, put a down payment on a house, like, I don't know how much it is. I have no idea. I've never had to do this. But, like, let's say saving, it's a 5-digit number in a lot of cases, right? Like, that's, like, impossible for people to do.
Prices of homes has escalated over the last few decades much faster than actual incomes. So it is actually much harder for a millennial or a Gen Z to save up for a down payment to buy a home. And that's something that bears out in the data.
The pandemic did have a lot to do with it. I saw how much I was
20%.
saving and I was like, maybe I shouldn't be paying, you know, upwards of $3,000 a month and making somebody else richer when I could stay at home, save that money, and spend it on where I want to spend it.
I feel like what she's saying actually makes a lot of sense. And also, if you look at it without the cultural context of this being a reaction to effectively like a soft recession that people are seeing because of inflation and, you know, just like, you know, lower job opportunities, I think that it's a good thing that people stay with their parents. I do. I think it's a very good thing because that way, like, they can help take care of their parents. They can live all in the same place. I think it's good. Like I've said before, I think the way that, like, you know, a lot of Asian countries and Asian families do it, it's better than the way that we do it. It's absolutely better. And so it's like this whole premise that it's a problem that you're living with your parents. Who decided that?
My job and my bartending and waitressing, I make anywhere from $85,000 to $95,000 a year. I would say about 40 to 50% of my salary is going right into savings. My mentality is, why rent and give my money to someone else when I can start to own? And so a big chunk of that money is going to go towards a down payment on a house.
Young adults ages 25 to 34 in high cost of living areas are more likely to live with their parents.
Yeah, bro, look at California. Big fucking surprise there.
26% of young adults in New Jersey were living with at least one of their parents in 2022. The median household income in Oceanport, New Jersey, where the Franklins live, was nearly $133,000 in 2022, while the median value of a home in the region was around $644,000.
Holy shit.
My dad built this house for $350,000 and was making probably $10,000 to $15,000 less than I was. My mom wasn't working at the time.
Wow.
And they were able to afford a $350,000 house on a $70,000 a year salary with a son. And that is just, that's not even the American dream anymore. That's not even possible. My aunt.
Well, a lot of people look at $100,000 that you can make and think that's normal. But I feel like for a lot of people now, if you were making, like, let's say $100,000 in like 1998, I bet that's probably like 220,000 now. Let me see. So 80,000 in January of, let's say, 1998 versus October of 2024. I'm thinking 220,000. 156. It's less. Okay, to be fair, it is less. But man, that's like 50% more. That's a lot fucking more. 100K is insane? Yeah. It's still almost double? Yeah.
who I fight with all the time, is always saying how you have to give somewhere, right? And my cousin said something to her the other day and said, we're giving everywhere. We don't get property. We don't get good school systems. Whatever we're trading off is too much to trade off.
Victoria had brought up some conflict with her aunt a few times.
Oh, this is my Aunt Judy.
So I asked Aunt Judy to come on over and talk to us.
I talked about how much we
family drama, oh boy.
Fight about millennials, yes, but millennials living
in this
at
video,
home,
what's amazing
and
is
how
like there's of course been
you
called
always
this
say,
way.
well, you have to
The project
sacrifice
introduction here to update it.
but
Now
here
she
we
can
go.
talk our region of intersecting plane.
We don't
Of
get,
course,
like, a
that
big
shader,
property,
this
or
is
we don't
much
get,
like
like, a
the
nice house, or
PPR
it's not a
graph
good
for
school
lightweight.
system.
We
You have to
then
start
name our
somewhere.
shader,
You have to
I'm just going to
start
call it
anywhere.
grass,
Just start your
and we're going to
portfolio,
double
is what I told
all the
you.
different
I don't care
texture
what it is.
as
What the
well.
hell does that
Also,
mean?
based on the UVs.
No,
That
but you
are
were
the high
able to live in
values.
Oceanport the first time. Okay, I guess it was different times.
Gen X and baby
Okay, I guess. I mean, well, that was pretty fast.
boomers may have a tougher time understanding what young adults are going through today because they enjoyed, until the pandemic recession hit, a solid almost 15 years of uninterrupted economic expansion. Baby boomers, Gen X, they weathered many economic downturns, including major recessions. But I think the big difference is that when they were starting to form their own households and starting to accumulate wealth, housing and higher ed were both—
Here's another component to it that is another big factor, is that now the expectation is that it's going to get a lot worse. Like, nobody is thinking that with all these evolutions and, this like new stuff with technology that, oh, wow, now everybody's going to be rich. Like, it's really hard for me to explain the kind of optimism that people had in like the 90s for like economy and like science and the internet and like technology. And it's basically like, think about every single thing that we have now that we're thinking negatively about. And then imagine if all of those things were positive instead. That's what it was like.
More affordable,
totally different
relative to their incomes than they are now.
When I started out, I was making $35,000 a year. That was nothing. And he was making $35,000 a year. You guys are making—
That was 185 years ago.
6 figures together. You can't tell me you can't afford a house. They just don't want to spend their money. Told ya.
Well, why is not wanting to spend your money why is that a bad idea? Like, because, like, we're thinking about this. Like, why is it a bad idea that you don't want to spend your money? Who decided it's a bad idea?
No. You want it? What was my first house? 250, maybe 270.
That doesn't exist anymore. Where am I finding a $270,000 house?
I'm not making $35,000 a year. Combined, we made 70.
In 1995, $70,000 was the equivalent of $145,000 today.
Yeah, that's basically the math I did.
Okay.
Look at that.
She's like, oh, yeah, how about that?
See?
We do also have a situation that what is really good for an individual person or an individual family is not necessarily good for the entire macroeconomy.
The Federal Reserve estimates in a 2019 paper that young adults who move out of their parents' house would spend around $13,000 more per year on things such as housing, food, and transportation.
That's
One
a
of
lot
the
of money.
big boosts to consumer spending is when people
I'm surprised
form
it's not
households.
more.
Whether you're a renter or a buyer, you need to furnish that house. You need to fix things up in the home to make it livable. You end up spending a lot of money during that time. So if the pace of household formation slows down, then that's going to slow down the pace of consumer spending, and that will produce a drag on the economy.
Another issue.
Yeah, people can't spend money on stupid shit because they don't have any fucking money. Great analysis. That's true. So true. Absolutely.
Is that there aren't enough affordable properties in popular areas for younger people who are in entry-level jobs and making less money.
Any sort of housing policy needs to be multi-pronged. Are there homes that are at the price point of these prospective home buyers?
The problem is people buy up these houses, and like a lot of these houses are rented out. So like you can tell and figure this out when you look at like, for example, what's that fucking place where you can rent a house? It's not Uber House. It's not DoorDash. What's it called again? Airbnb. There it is. Airbnb. Like, if you look at how many houses that are Airbnbs now and that are basically being turned into, like money printers, the amount of people that are owning houses, and like, I'm not talking about like just BlackRock owning a bunch of houses. I'm talking about like individual people who own like 2 or 3 houses and then they farm them out to people. This is massive. It's a massive fucking industry. Like, I live in Austin, Texas, and somebody showed me the amount of like houses that were like that like 10 years ago maybe versus now, and it's just a night and day difference. Limit the amount that somebody can own. I don't know. I mean, like, I'm not sure what the solution for it is, but I think it's definitely that basically people that have a lot of capital are able to buy up a lot of property, and then they're able to exercise that ownership in a way that feels oppressive to people that don't have the capital. I think that's fundamentally what's happening.
What can we do to increase the housing supply? What can we do to build? What can we do to help elder Americans, to help them downsize and move into more right-sized homes that will open up larger homes for young families? So I think one alone is not really going to do it. We've got to look both at demand as well as supply.
The other major factor here is how much student loan debt young Americans have. 59%.
They should just, for like my opinion, I think they should forgive all the student loan debt. They should let people default on it, like for bankruptcy. I view student loan debt as grooming. I think it's financial grooming, because you have children that are brought up in a school system that gives them the viewpoint that it is necessitating college. Like, you have to go to college. You have your parents in a lot of cases that tell you you have to go to college. You go to a school that tells you have to go to college. All of your teachers went to college. The entire culture that you're surrounded with tells you that if you don't go to college, you kind of just didn't make it. So, big surprise that after years and years of consolidated and concerted efforts in grooming, that a person puts, a massive financial burden on themselves, hoping for a better life. And I think, like, really the main component of student loans that I find is like actually the most compelling is the grooming aspect of it. It's the fact that you're basically approaching children that, by the nature of their age, don't understand anything like interest. They don't understand anything like, like taxes. Like, they don't get these things. They're brainwashed, right? And then you basically take advantage of like this kid. You're spawn camping them as soon as they're 18. You lock them into like, a $40,000 of debt. Now they're an indentured servant for the rest of their life. They're paying down their interest on their student loans. They can never pay down the principal. They're stuck with this for their whole life. And that's it. Like, I mean, of course they're going to be communists. Of course they're going to want to fucking like burn down the system. Of course they're going to riot. Why wouldn't they riot? Like, put yourself in their shoes. Yeah, of course that happens. Because these are, again, decisions that are being made, and they're taken in the context of like brainwashing that happened and grooming that happened while they were a minor. Why shouldn't they riot? Exactly. Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, they should get rid of these. Or like at least have it to where like they stop paying interest. Nobody forced them to study, right? Individual responsibility. So I think that your individual responsibility argument is strong, but I think it becomes less strong when you contextualize it around the fact that they were groomed into this while they were minors. That's, I think, the strongest component that goes against the individual responsibility. It's a systematic issue. Yeah. I'm not saying that you're totally wrong, but I do think that you're not 100% right.
One part
US adults say they've delayed financial milestones because of their student debt.
Exactly.
I do have a student loan payment.
I had a friend, like now he's like, he's doing great.
About
but
3,
actually, that's
the
not true.
additional power
So,
about 30
I
to
have a
40,
friend,
and the push
this is gonna
hours
sound
of
funny. He gets drunk all the time, and he's the manager of a nuclear power plant. Like, he's literally Homer Simpson. And he's like living like somewhere up north now, right? He's like managing a nuclear power plant up there. Well, he had so much student loan debt that he was working at the hospital here. And like he was like working like tech at the hospital, and he had been working there for like, many, many years. And he just wasn't able to pay off the student loan debt. Well, he had to join the military, and he was like in a nuclear submarine for like years. in order to like be able to pay off that student loan debt and actually be able to get a job. And this is after he got a degree at St. Edward's University here. Then I had another friend that went to UT and he got a degree in theoretical physics, which got him a theoretical job. So then he already had like, you know, $60,000 of debt from that. Then he had to go get an actual degree in actual engineering so he could get an actual job. Eric? No, no, this is actually my friend Alec, but like we were all part of the same friend group. And so he got an engineering job and like, you know, then he was making like over $100K a year for sure. But like, I remember talking to him like maybe 5 years ago, 6 years, probably about 5 years ago, I'd say. And he still had over $100,000 of student loan debt. It was crazy. Don't choose useless degrees. I think in a lot of cases that's probably true. But I think that when you look at, again, I think a person should always look at themselves as the first, you know, like as the first line of accountability with everything. But you also have to look at systematic factors that cause things to happen more often. And it's possible to look at a person and say, you should have made a better decision. And at the same time, look at a system and say that this system needs to be improved to be a better system. Like both of these things can be true at the same time. It's not like it's an either or situation.
It's about $480 a month. So that's my largest expense.
The liability could be worse for Black borrowers, who tend to have higher than average student loan debt and less wealth than white counterparts. Black and Hispanic respondents were more likely to say that debt was holding them back from reaching financial milestones.
Well, the reason why, I mean, it's very easy to understand why a Black household...
2024, still an issue. All right, so let's go to Windows Package Manager. Whoops. Make sure that you're on Windows Unity Registry and type in pipeline and select Universal RP and install. Usually asks to install. Okay, so then I now go to Windows, Rendering Pipeline Converter. Rendering settings, and then down here to material upgrade, and then down here to initialize converters and initialize and convert. Give that a second. Hopefully it doesn't take that long. And there you go. Everything should be non-pink and ready to go. All right, leave a like if everything works out, or subscribe, or do.
Would have this problem more often, right? Because like with a lot of white households, you don't have like, if like, let's say you're a Black family, right? It's very simple. Your grandparents were victims of segregation. Like you actually had systematic ways that the government was like keeping your family and your people down, and you were being suppressed and you did not have access to certain things. You get behind a lot. Chat's going to disagree. This is just a fact, right? So like, for example, and white people can have this problem too. And I still think that the way that you address this problem is through class and not through race, because a white person can very easily have this problem. But I think that it makes sense that it affects people that are minorities, especially Black people, more often, because they're the ones that had to recover from, They had to recover from, segregation, Jim Crow, and before that, slavery. So, for example, like my family, we came over to America in like the 1500s or the 1600s. So like by the time that like, my dad was a kid, like they had already built up multi-generational wealth. So it's not that big of a deal. But for a lot of people that, like let's say they just basically, they only have had like 2 generations to really build any sense of like actual consistent generational wealth. You see kind of what I'm saying? Black people have a debuff. I don't think that they have a debuff, but like imagine Imagine it's like a WoW server and they didn't have access to early access. They couldn't get the 3-day early access to the new MMO. So while everybody else is like level 35, they're still in the starter zone. That's basically what happened. And I think that this probably, like, the effects of this will last for the next 100 years. And that's a very generous assumption. It could be even longer than that. Interesting analogy? No, I'm being serious, right? And like, I know that, like, obviously this might sound like a weird take from me, disagree, but to each their own. I can't see how a person can disagree and think that Jim Crow wasn't a debuff. How can you think that, like, literal segregation, sundown laws aren't a debuff? I mean, really, I mean, and so, like, and here's the cascade effect that creates. So your family, like, let's be very optimistic and say that your grandfather, if you're black, was the first person in your family who was able to, like, really build wealth. You've only had 2 generations to build that wealth. Imagine now what the probability is of that family being able to have that much generational wealth to be able to pay for the new generation of that family to go to college. It is going to be at a lower ratio and at a lower proportion than white people. You see kind of what I'm saying? It's not just a racism argument. No, it's not. Well, what I'm saying is that, so there's a lot of ways that people can get to this. There's a lot of ways that people can arrive at this problem. So, like, there's plenty of white people who, you know, like, they had a really good family. They had one person in their family, one generation, ruin everything. And now they have, you know, basically, you know, they have to restart their character. And so they might have the exact same problem. So it's not like this doesn't happen to white people. But the difference is that for black people, it happened for more of them because of a systematic reason. And, like, the reverberations and ripple effects of that systematic reason are still being felt today. And I think that this is an example of that. It's that simple. This is different than your usual take on affirmative action. Simple. So the reason why it's different than my take on affirmative action is that I believe in affirmative action. I just don't believe that it should be race-based. So basically, from my perspective, I think that you should have affirmative action, but you should have it for people that are disenfranchised with like based off of their class. So if your family doesn't have a lot of money, you should get certain advantages, right? You should have money allocated to you so you can have an American dream. Now, I think that that will disproportionately help minorities more. But it's not about who it's helping. It's not about the race of the people that it's helping. It's about the income of the people that it's helping. So, like, I still think it's a problem, but I just think the problem should be addressed from a way that's different than identity. Yeah. People are inheriting money. How much? Yeah, people do inherit money. Twitch chat's racist as fuck. Well, and that's why I think it's important for me to say this, because I know that, like, a lot of people that watch my stream, they have, like, a very anti-DEI, anti-affirmative action, like, anti that type of, like, outlook. And I let you guys say that kind of stuff in general, as long as it doesn't turn into, you know, like a, you know, an Adolf rally or something like that. Like, you guys can have those opinions. And that's why I think it's important for me to, like, put it into context, because I actually do think this is a problem. And whenever I'm criticizing it, I'm criticizing the methods. But just because I criticize the methods that they're using to solve the problem doesn't mean that I don't think that the problem exists. I think that the problem absolutely exists. And logically, if you look at it, you can see why it would make sense. Explain Asians then? Explain Indians? What do you mean? Explain Asians or Indians? Like, if you're going to use, so are you going to use, like, for example, like the internment camps? Because if you use the internment camps, the U.S. paid reparations for that. So if you really want parity, like, are you saying that we should pay reparations? They immigrated. Yeah, and a lot of them also immigrated here. Like, a lot of the people that I know that are like Chinese or like, you know, Japanese or Korean, a lot of them, and this is, again, like, this is sample size of like 5, a lot of them they immigrated here themselves. And like a lot of the reason why they immigrated here is because they had the money to do that.
Half of white respondents said the same.
The amount of debt young adults held also rose substantially between 2005 and 2014, during that period of strong escalation in that cohort living with their parents.
Yep.
Aggregate student loans are such an enormous...
A lot of people are disagreeing with this. A lot of them immigrated from extremely rich positions in that place. Yeah. It's a cultural issue. I think that culture is a factor too, but I think that you can also look at cultural and systematic issues, and they're not mutually exclusive. So while you are going to have cultural problems, that doesn't mean that people who have a disadvantage shouldn't be acknowledged that it's a disadvantage. Chat's not getting it. I think the reason why chat doesn't get it and people don't understand it, and I'd be willing to, like, if somebody is disagreeing with me about this, you know, like, I'd be willing to, like, listen to what you're saying, but I don't think people are looking at it in the right way. Yeah, they don't want to. You can't generalize this shit, get it together. Yeah. Culture is not really a factor. It's just heritage. I think that everything is a factor. I think culture absolutely is a factor. I think heritage is a factor. It absolutely is. I think your history of the country is a factor. I think it all is. It's not like one thing causes it to happen. Affirmative action should not be a thing no matter what. You shouldn't get a job over someone who's more qualified, no matter what race or class. So affirmative action in this circumstance, so let me go ahead and kind of explain it to you what I mean in terms of like it being class-based. I don't think that that should be the case for getting a job or getting a career, right? But I do think it should be the case for being able to get an education. So whenever I look at, like, basically it's kind of like the difference between, you know, like equal opportunity and equal outcome. I view giving a person an education as equal opportunity. I feel like giving a person a job as equal outcome. That's why I support being able to help people get jobs, or sorry, get education, but not get jobs. Do you see kind of what I'm saying here? The argument falls apart when you look at the history of Asians in this country. Well, let me go ahead and look at it here. Let me read it right here. So how does it fall apart? Let me read it. He's probably talking about being so wealthy. It's not because they push good education or whatever. Well, like, for example, like Jim Crow laws weren't invented to suppress Asians, for example. Like, there isn't the same type of, like, cultural... I'm trying to think, like, there's not the same type of, like, cultural racism against, like, Asians as there is against black people because of slavery. And I think that's a huge difference. Asians didn't suffer through slavery? Yeah. I don't think this person's really coming up with any other responses or whatever. I'll just time them out. But anyway, here's what my point is. If somebody is part of an Asian family and they don't have a lot of money, I think that they should also be a recipient of that affirmative action. It's very simple. So, like, if somebody is Asian and they have this issue, then absolutely they should be recipients of it. So there's nothing, all I was saying is that it's easy to understand why minorities that have been historically oppressed in a country are going to be starting with a disadvantage or are going to have, like, I feel like it's such an obvious take that people that have had a history of oppression would be less likely to have generational wealth. How is this even an argument? Like, really, like, how is it an argument? Like, I'm really surprised here. Yeah, chat's crazy. Yeah, of course that's the way it is. Chat's brain dead. Yeah. The Slavs in Europe, chat's really full of idiots. You're Europe. So the opportunities are based off of are not based off of merit. Let me read this real quick. So what do you mean by this? The silly part is that everybody else is supposed to compensate them? I think it's not about everybody else compensating them. It's about making sure that people have a chance inside of a system. And also that compensation, if it disproportionately affects a certain group of people more often, I think that's fine. So the slot should go to who earns it more? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Yeah, I'm not saying that people should get jobs. I'm saying that like there should. So do you think that there shouldn't be? Do you think that poor people shouldn't get any financial aid for college? Because if that's your opinion, then that's okay, that's fine, right? Just ignore what you said about equality of outcome versus opportunity. Not to who is more disenfranchised. So how should it be determined then? So like you think poor people should get the same opportunities as like rich people for like college? Because that's an opinion you can have. I disagree with that opinion. I think it's a bad idea to do that, but that's fine. Yes, they should, but there are only a certain number of slots. Well then, so then we agree. I'm very confused. I think that we agree then. It's not surprising you're getting this backlash. Your chat leans more right-wing. Well, yeah, I mean, I think that a lot of people, this is like such a charged topic that people are throwing out all type of like logic or reason in order to have the same opinion. Are you saying people should receive education help based on race or class? Well, but based off of class. Obviously based off of class. Yeah, I mean, it's very obvious. That's what I've said before. All I was saying is that a class-based initiative like that would probably disproportionately affect minorities more. And so, like, here's another factor. I'm going to go even farther with this because we're talking a lot about money, but we're also not talking about education. So both of my parents were college educated. They both have, advanced college degrees. And so, and also most importantly, they both speak English. Being able to communicate and grow up in an English-speaking household is a tremendous privilege in America. And I think also people that were denied a degree of education because of like, maybe let's say like their grandfather, wasn't able to go to a good school because of segregation, let's just as an example, or, let's say they came from another country. They are operating at a disadvantage because they didn't grow up in a household where they had access to people communicating in the language that they have to exist in. It's a bonus stat, yeah. And there's a lot of examples and like kind of soft privileges and soft advantages that people have. And I think that the problem is that whenever you're talking about and you're looking at privileges and advantages that people have, people view it as you trying to like invalidate or like compartmentalize their success. And that's really not true. But what is true is that some people don't have those advantages. And I think that if you can, it would be good to give other people the chance to succeed. People immediately think this is a white and black issue in the US. Well, the media has done a very good job of doing that. And I'll go ahead and I'll look at another commenter here. It's impossible to compensate everyone fairly. So do you understand the way that so right now there's like student loans that are available for people that are, like they don't make as much money? So why do you think it would be impossible to do that? Yeah, because like, for example, if if your household makes under a certain income and you're, because of that, you're eligible for certain types of student aid, I feel like that would be a good thing. Yeah, that's where scholarship comes in for poor people. Yeah, exactly. You would have to do ancestry tests to trace back everyone's disadvantages. I really think this is really sad. I do. I think this is honestly really sad. I think people are really brainwashed. Why do we have so many race-pilled morons in chat who can't do anything but think about race? I'm going to tell you why. It's because mainstream media has conditioned them to see every single issue in the entire world through the lens of race. They have been categorically and systematically trained and brainwashed into seeing every single thing through the lens of race. And the moment that they hear race get mentioned, it's like, in Zoolander when they play Relax. They just turn into a completely different person and start, kind of going through their pre-programmed thinking. Yeah, you don't even understand what's being discussed. Like, and by the way, you got banned because you're being rude, not because you're disagreeing. Because you said affirmative action, you're both wrong, so chill. you understand that affirmative action can go past any sort of like race-based things. Like, I mean, if you look at the term for it, that's totally fine to use that term. As if, yeah. And I think that I'm using, it was race-based? Sure. It's an easy way for people, because everybody understands what affirmative action is. Don't you think education's a much deeper problem? It's not okay public schools, so much some variation in quality? Yeah. Hot take, affirmative action you're talking about is caused by student loan. People experience it with college. So, yeah. Anyway, I'll go ahead and I'll just kind of like restate what I think. And if people don't want to listen to it or whatever, that's fine. But I think this is a logical and indisputable fact. So basically, you're conflating affirmative action with scholarships? No, I'm just saying affirmative action should be based off of income. So basically, what I'm saying is that I think that for people that are, like, I believe in affirmative action, but for income rather than race. But I do think that when you do affirmative action for income rather than race, you are going to have it disproportionately help people that are minorities. Whether it's because of systematic or historical discrimination, whether it's because of recent immigration, or whether it's because of something just as simple as them not growing up in an English-speaking household and it being harder for them to integrate with culture. So for me to say that a group of people that has been systematically oppressed would have a lower probability, or sorry, a higher probability to not be currently wealthy, I think this is a logical thing to say. There's nothing wrong with me saying this. There's nothing crazy about this. I think it's just common sense. But the reason why I think I'm getting a lot of pushback on this is because a lot of people spend a lot of time on mainstream media and they get trained like, I don't know, like it's like a Pavlovian dog response or something, where it's like the moment that they hear race or affirmative action, their brain just reverts back to like what they've heard on social media or what they've heard on mainstream media, and they just immediately start repeating these lines. But I'm not talking about that. People aren't listening to what I'm saying. They hear like one or two keywords, and then they go back to their factory settings and they start saying the things that they're supposed to say. And you can see that be very evident here in chat when you have people that are like trying to like, they're arguing against things that I'm not even saying, right? Like I've restated this like 7 different times, and every single time people don't understand it. I want you to say what you want to hear. Yeah. And so I think this is a logical and completely common sense approach to have. And I find it to be interesting that so many people think that it's problematic. But, oh, my dad's calling. You're on speaker.
Okay.
Am I fucking wrong?
What?
Am I fucking wrong?
Well, I think what you're doing is you whenever you talk about this, I've listened to it for a while, and you don't mention white. There are numerically in the country.
You're right.
More poor whites than there are any other group.
You're right.
Probably all of the groups put together, but the percentage.
Well, there are more of them, but less of them per capita. Yeah, I understand. I think we all get it.
And so, well, no, I don't think everybody does get that, because they're feeling like you're saying, well, we'll give affirmative action, what you said so far.
Yeah.
Is pretty much their race, but you said according to income. But then when you give examples, you talk about people who come from a non-English speaking family, and that's primarily Hispanics, more than
True.
groups. And you talk about blacks. Well, that's what when you say the word affirmative action, it's a trigger word. It's a trigger term, and nobody wants to hear. Well, a lot of white people, they don't want to hear that shit. They believe in a meritocracy.
Yeah.
You yourself believe in a meritocracy.
I do.
And here in Austin, for Austin Community College, where you went.
Yep.
And they're almost at the point where it's free tuition, so you can get your first 2 years. And like I did, I got.
Well, I know you did, but like, look, what's your point? Because I'm trying to get back to it. Like, I mean, this is a 10-minute video. I spent 10 minutes talking about this.
You're getting a lot of pushback, and here's why: you don't include whites when you say poor. And oh, by the way, the family came over. My grandfather had a lot of money. My old man lost everything. And we were living in a fucking swamp. We had nothing. And so, by the way, that's the background. You know this. So
I do.
Don't tell everybody we were wealthy, because no.
Well, we were, then we weren't, and now things are pretty good.
Yeah, and Gary and Susan, my brother and sister, they built up their wealth.
They're doing real well.
Yeah, they're for millionaires like you are.
Yeah.
So, but they did it. Gary did it himself. Susan did it herself. And they had an inheritance, but they could only draw like $5,000 from it a year, way back in the days. That was enough to pay for college. And that's how they got out of living in meadow lawn, and so the same with you. I mean, you could have gone up to Texas State and gotten a good job.
Yep.
Because of me,
Yep, and you're right.
And you were doing so great, you could have got a scholarship.
Oh, yeah.
But one of the problems is that the people that don't speak English, the people that are blacks and so forth, that the going to college is often not as valued as it is in white households.
It's definitely, there's cultural problems with it too, for sure.
Cultural problems, and those are what need to be addressed.
Well, there's a lot of things. I feel like it's not just one thing; it's everything. That's what my point was, right? Yeah, no, they are.
Better for black people and Hispanics than they were when I was a kid.
Yeah. What did they say? What were the water fountains whenever you were a kid?
Oh yeah. It was white and colored. That was the word that was used.
Yeah.
And the real insult was white gentlemen, black men, white ladies, black women, and I mean, it was just like right in your face.
Yeah.
In Pete, Florida, and probably the most conservative place in the fucking country. The people born in the 1800s.
Yeah.
Retired, they're old people mostly. And boy, as a white kid, if I drank out of that colored fountain because there was a line of old ladies there waiting to get a drink in Publix, I drank out of that damn black fountain. Those old ladies, they had parasols, like I said, to keep themselves white. And man, I get hit in the fucking head. I get smacked with their canes. Get away from here, boy. And and that's the way it was. I mean, there was no eating at the fucking counter, or anything,
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of here. And that's in Kresge's and what were big stores.
Yeah.
It was everywhere. And so now that is not the case. And
no, I know it's a lot different. Well, I gotta get back to it because like
you're right. It's a matter of but include in this poor white.
Yeah. No, you're right. You're right.
There's a bunch of hillbillies and shit that they don't care, and they're also another thing is people are finally realizing that instead of calling them voc ed, they're saying practical degrees. They want to turn universities into basically trade schools.
Yeah.
And but they're going more after trades, especially at the what do you call it? What's that? Junior college and community college. They're going. They're leaning more into that instead of being prepped for college. They're also teaching now how to be a programmer, how to weld and all.
Okay.
And giving people a leg up, and those people can make a good living.
Yeah.
Get older, and then their kids make the leap up.
No, I understand.
That's why I think you get this pushback. You got to include white.
Yeah, I got it. Okay, thank you. All right, I'll talk to you later.
All righty, yo.
All right, yo, bye.
Yo, bye-bye.
Yeah, no, maybe it's something that like I haven't really spent a lot of time thinking about that. So like it's maybe a communication thing, but I hope people can see kind of where I'm coming from. Yeah, they can, definitely. Let's see here. But yeah, that's at least the way that's where I'm coming from. I think it makes a lot of sense. It does.
In that cohort living with their parents.
Aggregate student loans are such an enormous part of the economy now. Yeah. And that's not a reflection of younger people making bad choices with their education. It's really a consequence in large part due to the fact that there's less public funding and going to college just is more expensive, which makes it even harder for even those college grads who are hoping earning more money as a result of their college degrees.
Student loan debt by itself can't explain the phenomenon, especially considering so many European countries with much less student loan debt have higher rates of young adults living with their parents. 24 out of 29 European countries had more 18 to 34-year-olds living with their parents in 2021 than the U.S. It was over 70% in Italy, Portugal, Greece, Serbia, and Croatia.
My boyfriend is Brazilian, and multi-generational homes are very common in almost everywhere else in the world, except in the United States. So I'm just taking a page of their playbook.
The Americans are probably the only people that they're not multi-generations in one house.
Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, that's what's so confusing to me about this is like, why do we have to do it like this?
I don't have a problem with it. I mean, I think it's kind of nice. Why do we have to be so cold to push everybody out?
You know, there are a lot of cultures out there in which it is normal to live with your parents until you get married. Yeah. And I don't think there's necessarily an economic explanation for that.
The Franklins would say in the U.S., it is the economy. But Victoria's mom is kind of okay with it.
Unfortunately, it is the economy and the world that we live in that just doesn't allow them to go live a comfortable life. So with them living here was no big deal. It's not really a problem. They're saving their money. Eventually they'll buy a house, and that works.
Eventually they'll buy a house, hopefully, right? Some other serious topic, yeah. And it'd be nice if my mom was alcoholic. Yeah, sure. Wife pays $5K a month to pay off student loans, working off a $250K student loan. Yeah, like it's really, really, really fucking bad. Student loans are brutal for people. It is so bad. How Planet Fitness became hated by the world. I don't know why people fucking hate Planet Fitness. I'm really not sure why this is. I have no clue. I am not a hater of Planet Fitness. I think Planet Fitness is doing a great thing for a lot of people. It's like how, you know what it's like? It's like how these people think they're too good for McDonald's. Planet Fitness is the McDonald's of gyms, but McDonald's isn't that bad.
Overwhelming hatred for Planet Fitness, you first need to understand their business model. Planet Fitness was created with the goal of having a non-competitive culture, opposite to that of something like Gold's Gym, where bodybuilding is glorified. Everything in Planet Fitness is catered towards the less experienced beginner, and on the surface, this makes Planet Fitness look like a fairly positive place. However, as we look into the methods they use to achieve this beginner-friendly image, you'll start to understand why their approach also receives an insane amount of backlash. This image posted to the Gym Memes Facebook page shows a note attached to a Planet Fitness leg press reading, "We do not cater to bodybuilders or heavyweight lifters. Please help us keep our non-intimidating environment by loading only 4 weight plates on each side," with this note showing that not only are Planet Fitness trying to cater to beginners, but they're also trying to repel anyone who might consider themselves an intermediate or advanced lifter. In addition,
I'm not a fan of this. I think this is super fucking cringe. This is the same type of, this is like, you know, like in WoW, how like everybody talks about elitism, but there's actually like toxic casual behavior too, where like casual players go out and they're like, oh, they hate people that try hard and try to parse, etc. Like this is real life toxic casual behavior. Like in the same way that Planet Fitness is great because it's not judgmental towards fat people trying to lose weight, walking at the one setting on the treadmill for like 5 minutes and then almost passing out. I also don't think that it should be judgmental towards some fucking big boy that wants to go in and fucking deadlift 500 pounds. Yeah, I mean, let's be real.
Also trying to repel anyone who might consider themselves an intermediate.
Yeah, it's like, what I'm saying is that judgmental behavior goes both ways. So like in the same way that you can call somebody a pussy for like not being able to lift a lot of weight, you can also call somebody a meathead for lifting too much weight. It's the exact same thing.
intermediate or advanced lifter. In addition to requesting that members only use a maximum of 4 plates on the leg press, Planet Fitness gyms also feature no squat rack, no deadlifting area, and no bench press, with the Smith machine being the only alternative for those looking to perform these exercises, or if you're desperate enough, you can evidently use the machine where you'd usually do dips. The gym requests—
Yeah, I don't remember them having a bench press machine. I remember whenever I went there, they just had a Smith machine. Yeah.
That members refrain from doing T-rows, overhead presses, clean and jerks, deadlifts, and even request that members don't do supersets, which is achieved in part by maxing out their dumbbells at 75 pounds or 34 kilos, with this number being an even lower 60 pounds or 27 kilos, depending on which franchise you go to.
I mean, I feel like, again, it's like if you're able to do 75-pound dumbbells in each arm, you're pretty fucking strong, man. Like, I bet probably for me, I could do 40 at the most. Like, that's it. I used to do 35s. I have 30s, and those are kind of a struggle for me to do now. But, like, if I really, really push myself, I could probably do 10 reps of 40s. Yeah, 41 rep max. Yeah, I could probably do, like, 10 reps of 40s, and that'd be it. 25 is my max. Well, what I'm saying is, like, going up to 75, think about, like, 75 is, like, almost twice as much of that. Curls? Yeah, I could do like 10 arm curls with 40s one time, and then I would be fucking done.
As an alternative, Planet Fitness gyms are instead filled with excessive amounts of cardio equipment, with a possible goal of encouraging their members to avoid the weight training area altogether. So basically, Planet Fitness doesn't allow you to actually get stronger. The only gym that doesn't like people going to the gym.
That's so fucking silly. Like, I see bodybuilders all the time working out, and this is not all the time, but I see them working out with smaller weights constantly. It's not like they're always trying to max lift. I was actually kind of surprised about it whenever I saw it. Because, like, I didn't know anything about bodybuilding, right? I have no idea. But, like, I saw these guys, and, like, these guys are fucking massive, right? And it's like they're lifting, like, 40, 45, or, like, 30-pound weights for some things. And it's like, wait a second. I thought this guy was going to be, like, lifting, like, fucking 200-pound weights. And apparently not. That's not how it works.
Planet Fitness is a joke with one of my friends because your first day you get free to test out, and I was deadlifting 360 on the Smith machine, and I put pads underneath the weight so it wouldn't slam, and the manager kicked me out because I was noticeably stronger than everyone else and creating an intimidating atmosphere.
I'm sorry to say, but I don't automatically believe this shit. Because one time I went there with Cody, and it might have been Jeff. It was either Jeff or Cody, or it was one of their friends. I forgot. But this dude, it might have been, maybe it was Anthony. I don't remember. Anyway, this dude thought it would be a good idea to take his shirt off at Planet Fitness, even though you're not supposed to do that. But he wanted to go out of his way to do that because there were 2 hot girls on, like, 2 of the machines that were adjacent to him. You see what I'm saying? Like, this is what he was doing. He kicked out, I bet. No, they just came in there. I put your shirt on, idiot. And he's like, "Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. Of course. I'll never break the rules again. Yeah, of course. I would never do that. I'm sorry." And that was it, right? It never happened again. But, you know, that's what happened.
Fitness having a problem with people who are noticeably stronger than everyone else is something that can also be observed in countless different YouTube videos.
I've seen these.
I wasn't there a week, and I was told, you intimidate the other patrons, and we don't like your type here.
For example, 4 times world's strongest man Brian Shaw was kicked out of Planet Fitness whilst making a fairly relaxed YouTube video, with this piece of content pairing another titled Planet Fitness cancelled my membership after 500-pound bench press, cementing their dislike for those who go to the gym to push their limits. As an extra measure to avoid intense exercise, Planet Fitness also has their notorious lunk alarm, which can be triggered by Planet Fitness staff anytime they see a member working out too intensely.
Am I the only one who thinks that the yelling is a little bit unnecessary? It's like you're going there to start problems. You are going there to start trouble. You didn't go on there. You're not doing this. Yes, they are grunting on purpose to get them to do this. I'm sorry, like, Planet Fitness are assholes for shitting on the guys that are really big that like to work out with heavyweight,
But they're also assholes that go to Planet Fitness and are intentionally fucking annoying, and then they're like, wow, Planet Fitness sucks. I can't believe they kicked me out. I was yelling while I was doing the weights, and nobody liked it, and they said I had to leave. Yeah, this place is fucking awful. Yeah, it's peacocking. Yeah, it's absolutely peacocking. Yeah, 100%.
Alarm is actually pretty goated. If it goes off, it means that you're making gains, and the staff is just making sure that everyone knows that you're built different.
Yeah, of course.
But while this person managed to frame the lunk alarm as beneficial, on a wider scale, the concept has been criticized pretty damn heavily. The alarms are set to trigger when they detect muscles actually contracting. Planet Fitness, you're being too loud. Also Planet Fitness uses tornado warning sign to replace the noise of normal gym activities. This alarm is infinitely more disruptive than the clanking of weights or grunts of strained lifters. It's also
as somebody who went to the gym with Jeff, I probably went with him on average 1.5 to 2 times a week for 6 months. I never heard anybody do the alarm. I never heard of this happening. 1.5 times a week. Yeah, like I'm saying on average, right? Because sometimes it'd be 3, sometimes it'd be 1. Do you see kind of what I'm saying? Yeah, I never heard it happen. Same, like, yeah, I never heard it either. There's quite a bit. Most people annoying how yeah, it's happened twice. So 2. Oh, I mean 1 to 2 times a week. Yeah, I don't know. Well, all I'm saying is I went between 1 and 2 times a week with him. Okay, like, I mean, we don't need to get into the decimals here. That's all I'm really trying to get at.
Startling, which can cause severe injuries to anyone under load. And in addition to simply having the lunk alarm, there are countless comments describing ridiculous situations during which the alarm has been sounded. I accidentally dropped my drink off the treadmill and the lunk alarm went off. I got kicked out. The lunk alarm goes off if you accidentally drop a pen.
Alright guys, I'm at Planet Fitness. Watch how ridiculous this is.
No shot. No fucking shot. I'm sorry, but I've watched enough conspiracy videos to know that this is a false flag. This is completely fucking fake. I bet he has a friend that's working at Planet Fitness, and he's like, hey, dude, it'd be really funny if I dropped a pin and you hit the alarm. And he's like, yeah, bro, that'd be fucking funny. He's like, all right, I'm going to go over there, and whenever I drop the pin, you hit the alarm. It's like, okay, bro. It's like, all right, dude, let's do it. This is a good one. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. This is outrageous.
Really?
But to be fair to Planet Fitness, both gym members and the staff themselves have often stated in videos and comments that the lunk alarm is rarely ever used.
Yes, there is a lunk alarm. However, I've never even heard it go off.
I've worked at 2 different Planet Fitness locations, and we never once sounded the lunk alarm on people.
Yeah, I never heard of this.
I think it depends on the individual locations, whether they're franchise or not. We were told that we weren't allowed to use it, that it was more of a novelty item. I went to Planet Fitness for 6 months and never heard the alarm. I think it mostly depends on the manager you get. Treat the alarm as a sign of a good or bad manager. If that alarm sounds, it's time to find another gym. As a person who works at Planet Fitness, we never set the lunk alarm off.
Yeah, I never fucking heard of this. Oh, what if I was lunk alarm? Basically, so Planet Fitness, the idea, this is the aesthetic of Planet Fitness, right? Is they want to be a gym for people that don't go to the gym. That's basically what Planet Fitness is. And I've seen people there that were like, 470 pounds walking at the one on the treadmill, absolutely fucking soaked in sweat, just barely holding on for dear life. And you know what? Good for them. Fucking good for them. Thank God they're there, because if they're not there, they're going to be in a fucking hospital probably in 5 years. And that's always a good thing. And I will also say that every single time that I went, like this is the same whenever I was going there and I did the stuff with the whole Camp Canute stuff with all those guys. I went to the gym to do things. The guy that owned the gym was the nicest fucking guy ever. He was so cool. I talked to him for like fucking 2 hours. Everybody there, like one of the guys from the gym noticed me. He's like, bro, like you should come work out here. Like they were so nice. And then even whenever I was working out at Planet Fitness, right? One of the guys that was like much more in shape was like, hey man, you should try this out. And he just walked up to me and gave me the advice. I was like, thanks a lot, dude. I appreciate that. Right? So the reality is that every time that I've actually interacted with one of these guys, that's like, you know, it's people have like this negative perception that like dudes that work out a lot are like assholes, and I think that that's not really true. I think it's just people that are intimidated by them and then put that opinion on them because they're intimidated. But the truth is, like, every one of those guys that I've ever interacted with has been so nice.
Don't pull the
yeah, it's the opposite.
We don't pull it because there's no purpose to. Like, you know, on the flip side too, we like to have fun. Sometimes as soon as we just hear anything, boom, we just pull it. And it's different when your manager's there and when your manager's not there.
However, while the alarm can be dismissed as somewhat of a meme, drinking out of a gallon water jug as well as their dress code are both something that Planet Fitness does take extremely seriously.
I think the gallon water jug idea is fucking stupid. The idea that it's a problem for you to have a gallon water jug, this is outrageous. What the fuck? Like, it's like these two things are simply not correlated whatsoever. How dare you hydrate, sir? Well, they have water fountains there, but I just don't see it being an issue. It seems unnecessary, and it just seems stupid. Judgment-free zone. Yes, clearly. Except if you're Brian Shaw.
Previously mentioned video where Brian Shaw gets kicked out of Planet Fitness, a sign can be seen which reads, "Dress code. To maintain our no gym-timidation environment, please no jeans, boots, sandals, or string tank tops, thank you." Other banned items of clothing include do-rags, skull caps, bandanas, and judging from internet anecdotes, this dress code is definitely the next reason behind why the gym is so hated. I used to have a Planet Fitness membership, and on multiple occasions they asked me to go home and change my gym outfit to something less revealing. I was wearing a tank top and shorts, lol, or they would give me one of those hideous white t-shirts with their logo to cover myself up. In this video titled Planet Fitness Fail Why I Cancelled My Membership, the girl explains that she was confronted by staff for simply having a 1-gallon water bottle.
One of the workers did a beeline for me one time while I'm working out, interrupts my set, and is like, "Oh, you can't have that gallon of water here."
Whilst another member was denied entry altogether because his water bottle was too big to fit in their designated cup holder.
This shit is fucking stupid. Okay? Like, I am 100%, like, I was defending Planet Fitness with the other stuff. This shit is fucking dumb. There's no excuse for it. It's so unnecessary. It's crazy. I also would say, like, as a guy going to the gym, I feel like I've watched, you know, Ronnie Coleman, you know, working out before, right? I've seen, like, videos. And there are videos where he's working out and he's wearing a shirt. So if Ronnie Coleman can work out and wear a shirt, I'm pretty sure you can do the same thing. So I feel like you don't have to take your shirt off to work out. However, it's just, it's not a big deal to have a bottle of water next to you. It's crazy.
I'm in here.
Yeah, it's like you look at her and it's like, obviously, yeah, you're going to have a problem.
With this bottle, and Miss Ashley does not want to allow me to work out because she says my bottle will not fit into her cup holder.
Imagine asking someone to leave because they're drinking water and being healthy.
It's so stupid. Like, that's so dumb. It's so unnecessary. Like, it's again, it's like toxic casual gatekeeping.
A judgment-free facility, all they do is judge, and this is why their approach is so controversial. The judgment-free slogan is targeted toward their main demographic, beginners, but in order to achieve this branding, they have to be judgmental toward anyone who isn't a beginner, making their approach incredibly hypocritical.
Exactly.
So, no judgment, except you get to judge.
That's right.
We won't judge or criticize you unless you're someone in shape in a gym. No judgment zone unless we are the ones judging. Planet Fitness, no judging. Also, Planet Fitness judges anyone who actually wants to work out properly.
I think the reason for this, right, is like, I mean, again, I usually try to give people the benefit of the doubt with certain stuff. I'm not really negative about this at all. I think this is like whatever, because there's a lot of people, and this is the truth, there's a lot of people that are out of shape. Maybe they're really fat. Maybe they're like me. They're really skinny. And one of the things that they are self-conscious about is their body size. And they don't want to go to a gym and feel like they're being judged for being fat. And this was like a really popular thing maybe like 10 years ago of like taking pictures and making fun of fat people at a gym. And then everybody kind of realized, wait a second, if you don't like fat people, why are you trying to get mad at them for being at the gym? Why do you think they're there? They agree with you. They're not a fan of this either. That's why they're there. And so, yeah, I feel like a lot of people have kind of come around to that perspective, but this is clearly why Planet Fitness has that logo. It's to attract people that are self-conscious.
Criticism also being bundled in with more sinister theories about why Planet Fitness fights tooth and nail in order to maintain their judgment-free branding. If you think about it,
again,
Fitness fights tooth and nail.
Is this really necessary to take your shirt off? This is, again, another agitator Andy, fucking false flag Andy, going to Planet Fitness. This dude came there to start trouble. He was there, like, the moment this man walked in the door, he said, it is time for me to record a video. Also, no towel. Yes, I think that is disgusting. Your fucking sweaty back is up against that. Or no, never mind. He's actually, I mean, he could have laid back down against it. I thought he was against this machine. I didn't see the perspective. But yeah, he can lay back down against this one too. Yeah, it's still fucking nasty, okay? It's just not the one I was looking at.
In order to maintain their judgment-free branding. If you think about it, the entire concept is an incredible idea. By keeping the judgmental people away, you only attract the insecure who pity themselves. At the same time, you keep away any serious lifter who could show what is possible, therefore reassuring these half-heartedly gym goers that what they're doing is absolute peak performance. The picture of Roy...
I feel like a lot of the serious lifters, I feel like if this guy, like, can you give me some names of some serious lifters who could show what's possible? I feel like if they gave you a top 10, if they could even think of 10, over half of them would be on steroids. Like, fucking guaranteed. And I have no problem with guys that do steroids. I have plenty of people that I know that do steroids. Totally fucking fine. But don't go and let's not go and talk about what's possible. Okay?
Testosterone monsters is planted into people's heads, thus binding them even stronger to that gym. Financially speaking, it's a masterpiece. Perhaps this is a bit of a conspiracy theory, but it's also possible that it's in Planet Fitness's best interest to keep their members out of shape so they'll continue to pay for membership.
Oh my god, that is so fucking funny. I love that. Yeah. It's like, yeah, you just go, they're trying to keep them fat to keep them there forever. I love this.
On the first Monday of every month, Planet Fitness hosts Pizza Monday, during which free pizza is given to members before, after, and even during their workouts. Then similarly, on the second Tuesday of every month, Planet Fitness has Bagel Tuesday following the same concept but with free bagels. Planet Fitness makes a pretty decent argument for why they consider this to be acceptable, stating on their website, it's okay to indulge in a treat every once in a while. The truth is, one slice of pizza isn't going to destroy a month's worth of work in the gym, which is why Planet...
No, it's not. And like, there's a million fucking videos of guys that have cheat days. What they're saying is that this is kind of like a cheat day thing. No one eats just one slice. Here's why I think it's stupid to have pizza at Planet Fitness. Because the only time I've ever thrown up in public was at Planet Fitness. I got really sick. I walked outside the gym. I threw up on the pavement. I went to lay down in my car for like 5 minutes, and then I went back in and I finished the workout. That's the only fucking time. So it feels like it's a bad idea for you to go and fucking have pizza because people are going to throw it up in the gym. And I'm like, yeah, fuck it.
Fitness Pizza Monday and Bagel Tuesday only roll around once a month. Moderation is key, yet as you might expect, these free junk food days have come with even more public backlash.
I'm doing like squats and deadlifts, and the smell of like 100 pizzas is coming at me. It's just not right, Planet Fitness. Come on. The pizza being in the gym, it's just not right. They don't go together. Offer free salad.
I don't know, man. I don't think is that a bit wait, does she have a slice?
Offer free, I don't know,
but she's got a fucking
right. They don't go together. Offer free Fitness. Come on. The pizza.
Look, it's right there. You see that's a fucking pizza.
It's just not right.
Look at it, it's right there. She got the pizza right there. What do you mean? Are you kidding me? Oh my God. Oh, right there. It's a pizza.
Jim, it's just not right.
Look at it. It's right there. You got the pizza right there. What do you mean? Are you kidding me? Oh my God. Oh my fucking God.
Go together. Offer free salads. Offer free, I don't know, protein shakes. But pizza? No, Planet Fitness.
Pizza at a gym is like having AA meetings in a bar. Nothing like getting a good workout than enjoying a high-calorie pizza afterwards, #gains. It's actually a genius tactic. You go there to lose weight and get in shape, they give you pizza, you gain some weight, you have to go back to lose.
Like, number one, like, this whole pizza situation is massively overblown. I remember whenever Jeff was going there, and they only actually had pizza for, like, 3 hours. And it was in the morning. So I didn't want to wake up early. So I was really upset about this because it was like, oh, well, I can't have pizza because I don't want to wake up early. Yeah, one slice isn't going to make fat. Yeah, it's outrageous.
That weight keeps you in that gain weight, lose weight cycle. Planet Fitness not actually wanting their members to lose weight might also explain some of the other things that you can get with your membership, such as their total body enhancement chamber, which sounding like a pile of infomercial garbage, apparently
full body and toning system, powered exercise, and Vibra shape technology, helps work muscle groups, helps reduce stress, energizing 12-minute workout.
Helps work muscle groups, firms and tones the body, as well as helps reduce stress. However, these no-effort scam machines just reiterate the type of customers that Planet Fitness are generally going after. Their cheap $10 per month memberships are seemingly designed to appeal to...
Alright, again, this is an L on the side of Planet Fitness. This is fucking stupid. It's fucking stupid. Like, I'm sorry, like, this is gonna be Planet Fitness if people do that.
People who will go once or twice, never turn up again, but also never cancel their membership because, well, nobody can be bothered to go into the gym to cancel it when it's only 33 cents per day.
What do I have to do to cancel?
Yeah, exactly. That's the reason why everything's a subscription now. Is because most people are too stupid to cancel them.
So this membership, oh, you have to come into the location or else write a letter. The gym where I stay is 45 minutes away from where I live at. Is those the only two ways? Yes, those are the only two ways. You have to physically come in to cancel your membership.
And judging from...
That's stupid as fuck. That I'm gonna say again, that's stupid as fuck. You should be able to cancel your membership online. There's no benefit for the customer that you can't benefit, that you can, this is not benefit, that you can't cancel it online or over the phone or something like that. Having to actually go to the gym yourself, I just think that sucks. Gold's Gym is terrible at that. See, I've never been to Gold, so I'm not sure.
Some of the videos on YouTube, it seems like this strategy is incredibly effective.
I've given them $10 a month for 4 years.
Oh, look at that shirt, bro.
And I've never stepped foot inside the gym.
Just to add a cherry on top of the cake, if you do want to cancel...
I mean, I'm sorry to say, but like, if you left that, if you did that, that is kind of your fault. Like, I'm not going to blame Planet Fitness because you forgot about your membership for 4 years. I'm not. That's not Planet Fitness's fault.
So your membership, there are then massive fees involved, as well as other small charges that force you to spend more money before you officially leave.
Make sure you don't break your contract, because if you break your contract, then it's $150 to get out of it. I see that I still got a payment, a charge from Planet Fitness. Now my membership is discontinued. Trying to get rid of gym.
I don't know about that, but I think that's like, I'm not sure, I've never read a contract from Planet Fitness, but I think that's fucking annoying. Like, I don't know why, like, yeah, these are just consumer unfriendly things. Yeah, fuck this.
Memberships is basically trying to get rid of a boyfriend that won't go away or a nasty rash.
Their business model is to sell memberships to people who don't go regularly. Think about it, there can be 10,000 members for that one gym, but if everyone goes, then the place would be so busy it would either violate legal codes or be so packed you wouldn't be able to work out because everyone is using something.
No, I remember, because again, like what I said is how Jeff, you know, started going in January, and he's like, oh, do you want to go with me? So I went to Planet Fitness in January. Let me tell you something. There's a lot more people at Planet Fitness in January versus July. There's a lot more. Like, way more people at Planet Fitness. Like, July 1st for Planet Fitness is like this. It's like the Wrath of the Lich King launch experience right here. That is the version of fucking... It's like a new release. You know, new resolutions drop, boys. Let's get to Planet Fitness right away. Did I say January? Oh, I meant, yeah, obviously January. I mean, I don't really know the months.
And honestly, it's hard to blame them. Businesses are created to make money, and with over 2,000 gyms across the globe, Planet Fitness has been extremely successful, yet unfortunately they've done so whilst picking up the nickname Planet Fatness in the process.
Yeah, I've heard that many times. I'm gonna have to be honest, guys. I think that Planet Fitness gets way too much shit. While there are a few really stupid things that Planet Fitness does, like not allowing gallon jugs of water, I think that it's totally fucking fine to not let guys take their shirt off at the gym. I think this is unnecessary. It's peacocking. Everybody fucking knows it. Slamming the weights is generally unnecessary. And I am totally fucking fine with, you know, with them having that. It's completely okay.
Hello guys, today we're fixing the problem where everything in your Unity scene turns bright as upgrading your project to the upgrade project materials universe. All you gotta do is click on the legacy shaders.
Want to take their shirt
off, change the shader to legacy shaders, and just go down to bump diffuse or any of these that you want on your materials, and it should make it look kind of like normal, like it would before.
You see what I'm saying? I can see a water bottle as a slipping hazard. But I mean, like, that's not really true because you can have water bottles. You just can't have big water bottles. Only weights are slammed to real heavy ones. Yeah. It's the entire point of working out. Well, I don't think that's true. I think that's only true for like some guys. Like for most people, I feel like they're just trying to work out and get in shape. That's about it. Yeah, they're just trying to work out, get in shape, and that's all that really matters. Am I crazy about that? I think it's a, yeah, I mean, it is, I don't know. What do you guys think? Eminem video? Yeah, man, maybe I'll watch another one. I'm going to start the game. I'm going to play the game for a bit, but yeah, it's just the way I feel about it. It's healthy? Sure. Steven, address your take about the ability for errors to affect the gameplay consent. It's that 1800 timestamp and dev update. I'll watch that later on. Don't work out, just consume pizza and bagels. But you can all, guys, you can only do that once a month. It goes on cooldown for 1 month, man. You're not gonna lose all of your, you're not gonna lose all your gains if you eat pizza once a month. A bunch of muscle dummies running a fitness franchise come up with a short book smart side of running a business. No, I think that a lot of the guys, like I remember I was talking to the guy that ran the gym that they were doing with the Camp Canute thing. Dude, that guy was really fucking smart. And he had set up like massive like martial arts and like MMA events in Austin with like thousands of people. And like I know what it takes to set up an event because I've done it with OTK. That's really fucking hard to do. Like, yeah, these guys aren't stupid at all, man. Yeah, it's also like you have to have a lot of like, the thing is with working out and that kind of shit, you have to be smart with what you're doing. Like a lot of these guys actually know a lot about like health and shit. Manager at one, we don't use Lunk Alarm, pizza and bagels, hasn't been around since COVID. Like anything with contracts you don't have to sign. Yeah, but I still think that some contracts can be unfavorable. I would say that for sure. Please spot me as I rep this entire pizza. Yeah. Rappers who went broke in the stupidest ways.
Before filing for bankruptcy, 50 Cent was spending $108,000 per month to rent an 18-bedroom mega mansion, while T-Pain's bankruptcy was so brutal that by the end of it, he had to borrow money just to buy Burger King. However, let's begin by talking about...
It is what it is.
I've had to borrow money after going to Burger King too. I mean, that's probably not a first.
DMX, who had to file for bankruptcy on 3 separate occasions as he couldn't afford child support. You see, DMX had 17 children with 11 different women.
I mean, you don't pull out. I mean, like, that's it. Yeah.
And almost every child resulted in some kind of lawsuit or child support requirement.
Oh, look at that text. Almost every child resulted in some kind of lawsuit or child support requirement. Holy fuck, man.
For example, DMX was sued for $1.5 million worth of child support in 2008 after a genetic test confirmed that he was the father of a previously unclaimed baby, which when combined with his declining music career...
It's like, I wonder if he was on like kid number 14 or 15, and then by 16 and 17, some girl's like, yeah, this is your baby. Like, does he still say like, nah, it's not mine? Or does he just like accept it at that point and just assume like, yeah, it's probably my kid? You know, he's like, I've been through this before.
Resulted in his first bankruptcy filing.
50 Cent.
4 years later in 2012, DMX was sued by a different ex-partner for a further $1 million worth of child support, and a year after this lawsuit, he'd filed for bankruptcy a second time. His third bankruptcy would occur in 2016.
I love how that's how he went to court. He said, fuck a suit, fuck a shirt with a tie. I'm gonna go in there with my jersey and my jeans on, and I'm gonna let them know what it is. That's it. My man.
During which it would be discovered that DMX had racked up a further $1.7 million worth of unpaid child and family support, which accompanied $950,000 in bank debt and $1.7 million worth of tax debt. Since he had $0 in his bank account, DMX was sentenced to 6 months in prison for the child support, a further year in prison for the unpaid taxes, and was also ordered to pay the government $2.29 million in restitution after he was released from his time behind bars. However, DMX never had the chance to pay the amount back in full, as he'd die in April 2021, and despite his extensive family tree, DMX never wrote a will, meaning that his family was still involved in money-related legal battles even after he was dead and buried. Tiger was certainly better at managing his child support payments, although he definitely had a weakness when it came to luxury spending. After cultivating his career as a successful rapper, Tiger's name entered news headlines after he'd purchased a $200,000 Mercedes Maybach for his girlfriend, while being $480,000 behind in rental payments on a luxury Malibu home.
Jesus, man, how do you do that?
As a result, Tiger was sued by his landlord, although he'd failed to show up to court as he was on holiday in Turks and Caicos. Yet this situation wasn't the only example of Tiger spending big in one area while being financially behind in another. For example, in 2016, while shopping for a new Bentley, Tiger's Ferrari 458 was repossessed in the parking lot as Tiger hadn't been paying for the loan. Despite this, Tiger would go on to purchase another Mercedes Maybach, as well as a Land Rover, a Rolls-Royce Ghost, and a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, all of which were repossessed for non-payment.
Wait, he bought all 4 of those and he didn't have any fucking money? God damn! This dude's been listening to his own music too much. He's starting to believe it.
While he was seen looking at a brand new Lamborghini. In addition to this, Tiger was sued by a second landlord for $181,000 after once again missing rental payments in 2016, which was followed by a third property-related lawsuit in 2020, where Tiger had racked up over $200,000 in damages and unpaid rent on yet another rental property.
And I feel like, dude, this guy's probably making a lot of money. Paying the $200K is probably not that big of a deal for him. Why not just do it?
It was then revealed
that's
that
crazy.
Court ordered to pay for $200,000 worth of unpaid jewelry, which accompanied the accusation by his ex-girlfriend Black China that he'd been missing child support payments. And just to add a cherry on top of the cake, before filing for bankruptcy, 50 Cent was spending...
Oh my god, I'm an idiot. I hit the wrong button. Give me a second. I'm such an idiot. Sorry about that. Okay. There. Okay, yeah, there it is. Sorry. Yesterday I had to give up 3 of my cars. My reasons, morals, beliefs, being a single mother, no support, and I'm a single, no child support. God damn, she's tweeting that out.
Child support payments, and just to add a cherry on top of the cake, while all of this was going down, Tiger was in $890,000 worth of tax debt to the government. Despite all of this, Tiger is still seen flexing a lavish life on social media, which is a luxury unavailable to rap producer Scott Storch, who blew through $70 million in less than 3 years. Scott had earned this money by producing for some of the biggest names in music, including Kanye West, Dr. Dre, and Jay-Z. Yet Scott Storch's insane net worth began to diminish after he'd purchased an insane supercar collection,
30 cars, including Bugattis and Ferraris and all that kind of stuff,
as well as a $10.5 million mansion. Where
but like, bro, that's like, so $10.5 million mansion, and then you have like maybe $10 million in.
Anti-aging guru Brian Johnson injected his face with fat and it went wrong. Now he's got handsome Squidward build. I'd been following Brian Johnson for a bit. Hadn't seen anything new from him for like the last month or so. No, I guess it is real. Holy. Wow. That actually looks like when I make goof juice in my Dark Souls playthroughs. He injected his face with fat-derived extracellular matrix. Selfies uploaded this week to his Instagram show his face progressively getting puffier and puffier, resulting in a bizarre and swollen visage straight out of the 2024 horror sci-fi flick The Substance. My biomarkers were improving, but I looked gaunt. People thought I was on the brink of death. That doesn't bode well for the anti-aging protocol and the 600 pills that he takes every 4 hours. But after starting what he called Project Babyface, which involved injecting donor fat, his face began to blow up. And then it got worse and worse until I couldn't even see. It was a severe allergic reaction. In another recent bid to turn back the clock on his body, Johnson underwent a procedure called total plasma exchange. Oh yeah, I remember that. In an alleged attempt to remove all unnatural pollutants from his blood. Some of you have probably seen his work before without realizing who he is. He's the guy who had his son donating his blood and plasma to him so he'd have younger blood and plasma, and then he was donating his blood and plasma to his dad. So he had like this human centipede of blood and plasma from his family tree. His whole thing is like he's spending millions of dollars a year to try and figure out how to de-age. And I've said from the beginning, it's weird, he's wacky, he's creepy, he looks vampiric, but if he actually has any kind of scientific breakthroughs, that's just good for the world. And he's openly publishing all of his findings, so kind of a W. Tough L on this one here, though, with Project Babyface, unfortunately. Got him out of the Oblivion character creator, but I'm sure he'll keep trying. He's just beta testing for the whole world. He's just like a guinea pig for all of it. Click the link that says uploaded this week to see the unfiltered. Oh, okay. Was that edited? Let's see. Oh, wow. So it's not as red. Why even put the filter on there? It's still the same, but at least it's not as red. I don't see the point of the filter. But man, that facial structure. Actual handsome Squidward. He did it. Has anything new even been found through his experiments? Now, I haven't seen any evidence to suggest that his experiments have led to some kind of scientific revolution. You know, he hasn't fucking discovered cold fusion here by injecting eucalyptus oil into each butt cheek every morning or anything. There have been some interesting findings that he has published. All of this is for free, by the way, which is why I think what he's doing is actually pretty cool. He's going through so much experimentation, trying so many different things, and publishing all of the results like openly available to anyone who wants to see them. And sometimes some of his experiments are really wacky, such as this one where he's de-aging his penis, talking about how he has the erection of an 18-year-old. That's pretty odd. That elicits a fart from me for sure. Actually, even a double. And you know, that was so good, I think I'll have it a third time. Man, my ass is talking some serious shit right now. Point is, I don't know if he's actually had any like crazy breakthroughs with this, but it is still interesting nonetheless. But yeah, that video where he's looking for the fountain of youth for his wiener, definitely on the weirder side of things for sure. But just let's picture that for a moment. Let's say he's like completely successful, but only with that he finds the perfect formula to lock your cock in stasis as like a 20-year-old's member. But everything else doesn't work. So Brian Johnson ends up like 90 years old. He's like rotting away, decaying. His skin's all wrinkly and shit. But he's got a pristine dick. Like he's got the fucking optimal hog. Who's allowing this to happen? Are there no laws to prevent these experiments? What would the law be? I mean, he's willing. I think he should be well within his rights to do whatever he wants to himself in his own home. The man is like, he's worth like $600 million. He sold like a tech company, and he's dedicated his life to just researching how to make yourself de-age and be healthier. He's not using unethical experiments on anyone. The only two people I know of that he's ever even done experiments on are his son and his dad, both of which wanted to participate in the experiments. Look at a photo of him from 2015. He looks unrecognizable. I can't remember what he looked like in 2015, but he did have like a substantial change doing this. Yeah, it is like a totally different person. Actually looks like some kind of Detroit Become Human thing. He should really go back to the beard. The beard actually just made him look younger. Probably can't grow one now. No, I'm sure he can. I don't think he like fried his hair follicles or anything with his like daily red light therapy or anything. He aged too far back. He can't. He's biologically a 6-year-old. His facial hair can't come in now. I mean, I guess you could argue he does because his skin looks so much smoother, but he looks more plastic. I wouldn't necessarily say he looks that much younger, but he looks much more plastic. Personally, I think it looks not bad. I don't think he looks terrible or anything. This was a disaster. Looks like it healed though, so didn't really lose anything from it. That's good. That wasn't permanent. But like, I don't think he's in bad shape or anything. Like, he's actually really fit. Here, hold on. He's got the weirdest workout routine though. He is in good shape. He's like almost 50. He's fit. He looks synthetic. And these are his pills that he takes every day. Man has like 60 pills for breakfast and another 60 pills before bed. And bedtime, I think, is 8 p.m. Just to set the record straight, it's 105 pills that he takes every day. And it's broken up into 2 separate parts. And he also stops eating at, I think it was 11. I'm already forgetting because it was just so much information at once. But I'm pretty sure it's 11. And he spends like most of his time in a fasted state. And then his bedtime, he takes sleep super seriously, which makes a lot of sense. There is so much research and evidence to suggest that sleep is like one of the most important things you can do, but it's also the most cringe thing you can do. I hate sleep. I think if we could just find a way to conquer sleep, we would then go out and conquer the stars. If we just had those like 8-9 hours a day that we spend offline, holy shit, the amount of things we could accomplish. That is the holy grail of science, I think, is finding a way for us to not need to sleep. But since we don't live in that fucking fantasy, you know, it's not Warhammer 40k, sleep is very important, and he talks a lot at length about that. In fact, in that video with Will, he says, like, if there's one thing that you take away from all this, even if you don't like everything else, the one thing you should take away is that sleep is important. Like, very, 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 very important. And it is. You should buy one of his true age tests to see how old your body is at the cellular level. How much are they? That's actually not a bad idea. We should do that. We should do that at the warehouse. See who is cellularly the youngest out of our group. So the decode your DNA. This one, right? It's this one, I'm pretty sure. The True Diagnostic Epigenic Company. Decode your DNA. That actually could be fun. I'm gonna send this to my friends. Hey guys, want to test our DNA? We've already done that. Well, kind of. We tested our testosterone. And we're doing a fertility test pretty soon. See who's got the most potent seed. Let chat do a guess poll on who has the most. For potency? That's not a bad idea. Yeah, we could do that. Once we get the kits, though. I'll wait till we get the kits, then we can do a little chat poll. I've just got a sneaking suspicion, though, when we do the fertility test, one of us is going to be sterile, and it's going to be devastating. It's going to make the video so much more uncomfortable. I just have a feeling. Just a hunch. It'll probably be me, too, because growing up, I used to just play City of Heroes on my laptop. Well, it was my parents' laptop. And I just set it on my lap for fucking hours in front of the TV, just letting that fry my sack. I probably burnt all of that to a crisp. It's been a pretty interesting couple weeks for recalls. I just talked about the Costco butter stuff, and now Mattel has had to pull thousands of its Wicked dolls from the shelves because they sent them out with the wrong URL on the box. The URL that got shipped on the box goes to an adult website, which apparently had the site going plus ultra as they experienced a huge surge in traffic that they hadn't seen in 12 years at least. The porn site it links to is called wicked.com, and I talked about it on stream. I'll show some.
Hello guys and gals, me Mutahar, and ladies and gentlemen, North Korea is getting better at hacking computers, and this time they're not just hacking the average Windows person or even the Linux person. No, today they're actually going out of their way to hack Mac users, and you might be wondering why that's happening. Now before we begin, North Korea is pretty much in the news for like a million things all the time, and I made plenty of videos talking about North Korean propaganda, North Korean television, North Korean operating systems, but it's really their hacking groups that really excite me the most. If you ever followed North Korea and looked up groups like the Lazarus Group, which is probably one of North Korea or the DPRK's greatest hacking unit that they have, and they've seriously done some real damage to some pretty big targets, then this whole story will make a lot of sense. Now recently North Korea was pretty much in the news for sending their soldiers out to fight in the Russian-Ukraine war. And in this scenario, it actually appeared that once you gave North Korean soldiers a little bit of access to that internet, they became actual serious coomers. I would consider this to be like a psychological operation, but honestly, any man that has been given access to the internet for the first time and starts to look up big booties on the internet probably isn't that inclined in fighting. I mean, seriously, there's a video right here where allegedly this North Korean agent is apparently, finally, for the first time in his life, looking up big booties. Watch this. That dude is a straight coomer. You can see him just scroll up through the old TikTok feeds. Now, to be fair, all right, it is what it is. One shouldn't be super surprised. It's a pretty natural human thing to see. But ladies and gentlemen, beyond all of the North Korean soldiers, it's more interesting looking at their actual hacks. Now, if you ever looked up the relationship that North Korea and Russia have, it starts to make a little bit more sense as to why this occurs. Now, there's a post actually by the US Department of State where they actually have these TIP reports, trafficking in person, where they actually do talk about, countries like Russia and sometimes their involvement with the North Koreans. So right over here, the US government, they say the Russian government does not meet the full minimum standards for...
ねえ、お兄ちゃん、お仕事しないの？他のお兄ちゃんたちはお仕事してるよ。意地悪言ってごめんね。でも知ってるよ。お兄ちゃんがお仕事行かない理由は私のこと好きだからだよね。だからお仕事なんか行かなくていいんだよ。お兄ちゃんは私がいないとダメだもんね。お料理もお洗濯も全部私がしてあげないと生きていけないの。安心して。全部してあげる。ちょっとなんか違う。だってお兄ちゃんが他の女と喋ってたり同じ空気を吸ってるってやばいやばい想像しただけでやだやだやだやだ。ねえお兄ちゃん、私本当に何でもしてあげるよ。絶対に浮気なんてしない。一途にお兄ちゃんだけ見てるよ。だからずっとそばにいてね。
Game start.
For the elimination of trafficking, which is understandable. Obviously, these are adversarial nations. I'm sure they have a lot of stuff to say about each other. So one of the things they go into and talk about this is obviously the Russian government operated a sprawling filtration operation and detention system that included the use of forced labor. The government continued to perpetuate the Democratic People's Republic of Korea's imposition of forced labor conditions on North Korean workers. The government did not screen North Korean workers in
we'll
Russia
have two
for
first customers
trafficking
today. How does that
indications
sound?
or identify any North Korean trafficking victims,
Yes.
despite credible reports in previous years that the DPRK
What I'm gonna do,
operates
I
work
will give you one
camps in
potato.
Russia
Is that okay?
and exploits
Great. Yes.
thousands of North Korean workers.
Oh, the
in
blindfold
forced
test
labor.
again. Close your eyes.
Now, this is something
okay, don't
that
open
doesn't
them.
really
There you
shock
go.
me. If you ever
Close this.
followed like a channel known as
Think
Vice
about
back
it.
in the day when they were doing like super
No, no, no,
hard-hitting
no, no.
documentaries, you can
Yes.
actually have
Can you see
seen
it?
like
$1
actual
or a
North Korean
mystery
labor
shoe
camps
swap?
on Vice themselves, where they actually go
swapping?
down and cover this. Like,
Okay, you gotta
as
give me your
close
shoes.
to the actual thing as they can. I mean, one of them ends up being
Follow
one
me.
of these logging camps where allegedly
for you.
these North Korean workers are just sent out
Okay,
here
no,
to make
all
a
right.
crap
There's
ton
a
of money
ladder
for the
in
North
here,
Korean
but
regime.
you have to find the
and
key to the
really,
door.
they
It's
can't
like in
run
one of
away
his
once
back
they even leave the
pockets.
country because honestly, if they do, their families are usually
what I
going to
said,
end up
right?
paying the price back in the day. It's a pretty interesting documentary, literally uploaded 12 years
Ladders
ago.
and
So if you ever missed
in
out
here.
on this, I highly recommend you go check it out. But obviously, it benefits the North Korean elite to make as much money as they can through basically pimping out their people. Now, this is at one point where like a country can literally operate like a crime family, but still be treated like a full-on country.
Yeah,
now,
screw
forced
those
labor isn't the only form of money-making North Korea will make. Literally, as of a few days ago, there was one group known as JAMF. Their threat labs actually discovered some pretty weird computer viruses that were targeting actual Mac users.
Break them in.
So according to these guys over here, they
come
discovered
back.
samples that were uploaded
You
to
like the cool
Virus
move.
Total. Those samples involved games like Minesweeper. Now, you know, when you look at things like this and you start to see 0 out of 64, Virus Total, for those of you who don't know, is a great resource. So if you want to just quickly do a virus scan on a file that you've downloaded from the internet, just drag and drop it into Virus Total and it'll run it across multiple antivirus engines. Now, I feel like it's best to describe how
$1
antivirus
or a
engines
mystery
work.
shoe swap?
Sometimes, you know, you'll see like 1 out of 64, and if it's usually a unknown antivirus like engine or a vendor that flags a certain piece of software, you probably don't have to worry about it too much. It's only when this number starts to reach like in the double digits that you really have to worry, especially when the vendors are pretty popular ones like Kaspersky or Microsoft, for instance. You know, the big names in the game. If they're calling your stuff a virus, there's probably some to it. So when you see 0 out of 64, that's still not something for you to just completely be okay with. That sometimes could mean that a virus hasn't been detected, or the heuristics don't necessarily immediately flag underneath any of it. So when looking closely into it, it appeared to actually match ARM processors, or more specifically, Mac users. So alright, okay, why are the North Koreans going after the Mac users? Or how are they even targeting them? So according to JMF, they were apparently targeting in 3 forms, right? The malware came in 3 variants. A Go variant, a Python variant, and a Flutter-built application. Now, Flutter is actually an open-source framework that allows you to build applications and maintain a level of cohesiveness between multiple platforms. You can design things for macOS, you can design things for iOS, you can design things for Android, and make sure that things are pretty cohesive. Google are the people that are actually behind this, and it's not even entirely their fault.
Why do so
What
many
North
people
Korean
dislike
hackers
the
are doing
founder's
is
cards?
utilizing a bunch of these tools in order to inject serious computer viruses, raise and escalate privileges, and target applications. So when
Why do
JMF
so many
decided to
people-
go down into it, they decided to show how this actually works. For instance, the malware, which the Flutter applications, they were created and they were described as a stage 1 payload. So a stage 1 payload is effectively run on your system, and it's effectively designed for you to start communications with a malicious server somewhere else in the world. And at this point, that malicious server
in the mirror, you're just miles back. That is not good. Not good at all. Here we go. Ugh. What is...
Sumimasen, do you speak English?
A little.
A little. I think you look great.
Me?
Yeah. You look very...
You put the Batarang into a...
Sumimasen.
You put the Batarang into a minifigure's hand and push on the side, it can launch out and hit the Joker.
Did I just waste 12 years of my life? Which Batman do I want to use for this demonstration? Oh yeah, my first one. No, just kidding, I'll take all of them. Some Batmans, batteries, and some film tissue. I think I'm gonna record my reaction for this. So, supposed to place the Batarang in his hand like this. Like, it's supposed to be facing this way. It's supposed to like pull back on the top here, the little curve here, and it's supposed to like flick off the hand, the little claw hand. Do you think maybe that Lego knew about this and they just decided not to tell us? Like, they never put in the instructions or like TV commercials or like just oh my god, that is, oh wow, that is so cool.
Uber for Kai.
Woodbury Commonwealth.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, they're really strong too. Obviously belongs to the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. So they identified 6 infected applications, 5 of which were signed using actual developer account signatures. And of course, as they discovered this, even Apple jumped into it and found that there was something shady, in which they removed it. So that minesweeper that I talked about a little bit earlier that they discovered was actually one that belonged to the Baltimore Jewish Council. At least that's the developer ID that signed it. That has since been revoked by obviously Apple, because it obviously was being maliciously used by the North Koreans. Now, when looking closely at the actual Minesweeper game that they were targeting, this game that was built with Flutter, it looks something close to this, okay? So there's actually some footage you can watch of this. So this looks like your standard Minesweeper game. Again, it's just some tiny, small little mobile title, and you might not think too much about it. But within this software, within this, game, at least the version that was floating around, contained a callback to the North Korean server. So you could just be playing Minesweeper, and all of a sudden your device is starting to communicate with the fucking enemy. So according to, again, JMF Threat Labs, when you look closely at it, the actual host that they were connecting to was mbupdate.linkpc.net. Now, LinkPC is not something, completely new. According to Elastic Security Labs, that's actually a pretty legitimate domain address that you can communicate to, right? Now, according to the guys over at Elastic Security Labs, LinkPC, that domain of itself, is actually a pretty legitimate second-level domain, so you don't really have to worry too much about just seeing it. But of course, it's pretty well documented that this is used by actual threat actors for something known as C2. For anybody that doesn't know what C2 is is effectively the command and control server. So when you get infected, especially with these type 1 payloads, and you start communicating to servers outside, your understood scope, what'll happen is, as you start communicating to those North Korean servers, those servers can then issue commands back to your computer. So effectively, your computer kind of joins a botnet, or it joins, effectively this giant cloud of other infected users. So for example, if the North Koreans wanted you to send, malicious packets, be part of a DDoS attack to anybody in the world, all that command server has to do is relay a command, and anybody that communicates to it will just get the command and start issuing it. So that's effectively what a C2 server does. And of course, in this case, according to the guys over at Elastic Labs, there were plenty of these North Korean malicious, command and control servers running. And they would use, innocuous names like job intro or job description or data send or exodus, something that you might actually not immediately recognize if you didn't know what to look for, something that could have floated by your eyes. So you might be wondering, Muda, what was the end result of all of this? Well, according to the guys over at JMF Threat Labs, it actually appeared to show that it probably was a test for a future attack that is coming down the road. So basically the idea for them is that the actor is known for putting together highly convincing social engineering campaigns from start to finish, and the file names here do not align with the content displayed to the user within the Flutter build applications. This could perhaps be an attempt to see if a properly signed app with malicious code obscured within a dylib could get approved by Apple's notarization server and basically slip under the radar of antivirus vendors. So again, what's more important is seeing if they can actually target macOS users and have things fly under the radar. The longer they can stay stealthy and infect more users and then actually weaponize that at once is the really scary part of it, right? It's not about infecting like 200 people before you get caught. It's about infecting 200,000 people as silently as you can and then eventually release your load. That's kind of how it goes. And it's not just Apple. They want to target Linux. They want to target Windows users. They want to target your mobile devices. The more things they have under their grasp, overall, the better. Now, obviously, why would they choose to target anybody, and why would North Korea want to hack? And that's where, again, the closer you look into it, the more it actually makes sense. Now, the United Nations is investigating around 58 alleged crypto heists actually done by North Korea. So apparently, over the course of 6 years, they have been alleged to rake in about $3 billion with 58 different cyber attacks that have occurred. So those cyber attacks include, Terraport Finance for $4 million, Atomic Wallet for $120 million, AlphaPo for $110 million, and of course even Stake.com, which we even actually talked about literally, I want to say just last year, the end of last year, for $41 million. This is a crazy amount of money that is just basically being stolen by North Koreans, and at the end of the day, because this is a state-run hack, it doesn't really matter about these people getting caught. North Korea is never going to extradite these people. And unless other countries are willing to send militaries and boots on the ground, nothing is going to effectively happen. In the age of keyboard warfare, these guys can literally operate without ever getting arrested. It's a license to steal en masse. Now, this money goes towards what is alleged to be a weapons of mass destruction program, which we'll get to in a little bit. But obviously, this kind of money helps the North Korean regime, specifically the Jong family, the Kim Jong family, but also the other various elite, people that live there. So if you look at like Pyongyang, like Changwon Street, which we looked at in the past, I mean, these are literal like mansions. These are affluent areas. And this kind of money, while, it probably isn't going towards the elite as much as it would be the Kim Jong dynasty, this is effectively a good source of revenue for these people to enjoy their riches. Obviously, this money most definitely doesn't trickle down to the most impoverished of the country, but you can kind of imagine how this works. I mean, you're talking about a country that wants to build their own variant of Dubai and are still not meeting actual deadlines. This is actually them talking about the Wonsan
This is the lockpicking lawyer, and what I have for you today is an Allen,
I think, push forward
Bradley lock cylinder from their trapped key interlock system. Essentially, it's part of an industrial safety device that ensures you don't turn something on or off at the wrong time. Despite knowing that, I can't help but to think this thing is straight out of Hollywood Central casting for a nuclear missile launch key. Between the beefy construction of the key, the positive way in which it goes in and out of the lock, and the exotic look of the blade under the shroud, I feel like I should be asking permission from the president before I use this. However, as it often does, these Hollywood good looks run only skin deep. The lock is fairly easy to pick, so let me show you how it's done. This will only turn 90 degrees, so we'll know it's picked when this rod moves from the upper to lower position. We're going to tension this by placing a wiper insert such that it imparts a torque on the core. Then I'm going to press aside the blocking lugs with a pick. That's 1, 2, 3, and the fourth one is somewhat obscured by the tension tool, but we got it open. This is the lockpicking lawyer, and what I have for you today is an All
right, we're gonna go head first. What are you guys doing? Using the new SCBA cleaner to decon lands.
The SCBA cleaner is for SCBAs, not for humans in SCBAs.
But he stinks.
Yeah, I stink. No.
Fine. All right, get it. All right, we're gonna go head first.
What are you guys doing?
Using the new SCBA cleaner to decon lands.
Next, like a cop with a ponytail.
And this is back in like 2020. Obviously, I don't think North Korea has the money to develop their own variant of Dubai. Maybe a little bit just for the truly rich who live there. But that's the only people that are benefiting. So in reality, all of these hacks that have effectively been occurring are hacks that are targeting actual cryptocurrency people. So now looking at Sentinel Labs, now even going to Sentinel Labs, who actually did look at, again, a suspected DPRK threat actor targeting actual crypto businesses with those multi-stage malwares. So cryptocurrency related businesses have actually been the target of North Korean affiliated threat actors for quite some time, with again, multiple of those heists we just looked at that the UN are investigating. Even back in 2023, Jamf Threat Labs literally was looking at macOS malware named Rust Bucket and how they were actually, again, even compromising macOS devices back then. See, Mac users, I think around like 15 to 20% of the global market, but also a lot of people who are into crypto and a lot of people that are developing stuff, things like crypto, people who are in the programming sphere, most definitely use Mac devices. I mean, they're pretty much favored by a lot of developers, and for a good reason so, solid Unix devices. if you're going to target businesses that are ultimately designing the actual crypto market and the crypto world, multiple crypto applications, it kind of makes sense to target the developmental devices than even the end user. And even Elastic reported on DPRK campaign targeting the actual engineers of a crypto exchange platform with a malware known as Candy Corn. Don't ask me about the names, they literally just get made up like this all the time. So yeah, it really is North Korea not so much targeting the average person as they are targeting the people that are running this new cryptocurrency world that we're in. So even literally this year, the Federal Bureau of Investigations, as of September 3rd, 2024, actually started talking more about this. North Korea aggressively targets crypto industry with well-disguised social engineering attacks. So according to the FBI and their PSA, the Democratic People's Republic of Korea is conducting highly tailored, difficult-to-detect social engineering campaigns against employees of decentralized finance, cryptocurrency, and similar businesses to basically deploy malware and steal all of that currency out there, right? See, for all the people who are wondering why even bother targeting the individual person, when you can target the fucking banks, the people that run the exchanges, the casinos like Stake that are actually sitting on massive shit tons of actual cryptocurrency. You can then send this to accounts, and those accounts can then send it to be laundered. So what they said was North Korean social engineering schemes are incredibly complex and elaborate, often compromising victims with sophisticated technical acumen. So even if you think you know what you're doing, you're the one being targeted. So you can imagine the kind of trickery being employed here. Given the scale and persistence of this malicious activity, even those well-versed in cybersecurity practices can be vulnerable. And that's no joke. Even people that think they know all about the scams in the world around them, those people are still susceptible. You're never too smart for a crypto scam, is what I'll say. So how they describe it is they have extensive pre-operational research. I mean, these people literally case every single group they can like crazy. Teams of North Korean cyber actors identify specific businesses to target and attempt to socially engineer dozens of the actual employees. I mean, they literally dig up as much information on the people they can engineer instead of blindly throwing out spear phishing. So individualized fake scenarios. So North Korean malicious cyber actors incorporate personal details regarding an intended victim's background, skill, employment, or business interest to craft customized fictional scenarios designed to be uniquely appealing to the targeted person. And then of course you've got crazy impersonation. They can impersonate a range of individuals, including contacts a victim may know personally or indirectly. I mean, imagine receiving a message from your parents, and that message ends up being a spoof number that's just pretending to be your parents. I mean, there is a serious level of fucking mindfuckery going on. This is insane levels of social engineering that I don't think anybody is ready for. And how do you deal with these level of hackers? Well, according to the Federal Bureau, you have to find methods to verify somebody's identity using separate, unconnected communication platforms. I mean, literally, do not store information about cryptocurrency wallets, avoid taking pre-employment tests, or even executing code on company-owned laptops. I mean, that's just a fucking given. Use virtual machines. Use non-company connected devices. Be fucking intelligent for once in your life. And that's pretty much how the Federal Bureau puts it out. It's become so serious that the feds have to put out a public service announcement. And the way that North Korea kind of handles this is insane. I mean, there are literally situations where the actual State Department tells people about even IT workers that are working secretly for North Korea that are just making money to send back to the country. I mean, I'm not even joking when I make this up. From May 16, 2022, this got unclassified. The US Department of State, Treasury, and the feds issued this advisory for the international community. They said the DPRK dispatches thousands of highly skilled IT workers around the world to generate revenue that contributes to its weapons of mass destruction and ballistic missiles. So what they said was the IT workers take advantage of existing demands for specific skills. I mean, literally, these people get jobs around the world, they make money, and that money allegedly goes back to financing actual weapons of mass destruction. They say DPRK IT workers provide a critical stream of revenue that helps fund the DPRK regime's highest economic and security priorities. So much like the alleged North Korean slave labor and the soldiers being forced to fight in a war that they have no real connection to, the IT workers of North Korea are also being pimped out, allegedly to build money for missiles and whatnot. Not for the food for the people. No, not that. Just for weapons, allegedly. Now, of course, this is the United States saying this, so clearly there's obviously going to be some level of bullshittery that you have to walk through. Remember, these are adversarial nations. The truth is usually somewhere in the middle, not usually the propaganda of one specific side or the other. According to the US government, a DPRK IT worker earns 10 times more than a conventional laborer working in a factory or a construction project, obviously. IT workers can individually earn more than $300,000 a year, and teams of IT workers collectively earn more than $3 million annually. A significant percentage supports the WMD program. So basically, the US government is saying, don't hire North Korean people, do not hire their IT workers, because you're absolutely assisting them, you're assisting the government into actually, financing the WMDs. And so they made this cute little chart to showcase how it works. So you're a client, you go to, from what I believe, the internet to a proxy account or an individual. So the way that apparently the government says that this works is an IT worker goes to a proxy account or an individual, and that person then creates credentials on a freelance work platform, okay, like Fiverr or some shit. And then they also use a digital payment service that goes to a client. Yes, this is how they get money. The client sends it to that, digital payment service that they made an account on. That money goes to the IT worker, and then the IT worker allegedly sends it back to the North Korean military. Even when you look at one of their big heists, and we talked about this a while back with Axie Infinity, a Web 3.0 game, where literally millions upon millions of dollars was stolen through something known as a Ronin bridge. That money was then allegedly sent to a site known as Tornado Cash, which has its own OFAC sanctions. Again, this was a massive cryptocurrency mixer that literally was targeted by the United States Treasury sanctions because it was literally one actual group that laundered allegedly a shit ton of money. I mean, even back in August 8, 2022, they said the U.S. Department of Treasury says that Tornado Cash, the sanctioned virtual currency mixer, was used to launder more than $7 billion worth of virtual currency since 2019. I mean, just imagine $7 billion being laundered through one fucking service. Insane. And what the US government said was that included $455 million stolen by the Lazarus Group, that, DPRK like hacker group out there. So it's actually insane how much money gets floated around in the cryptocurrency space in heists and laundering alone. In the last few years, it's pretty much evident that North Korea is making a shit ton of money through cryptocurrency. And, these heists that, we kind of talked about a few years ago, like it used to be a dime a dozen, but now it really is that, North Korea, if you thought that your favorite influencer was scamming people on crypto or using cryptocurrency for nefarious purposes, be it reminded that North Korea is allegedly on the hook for $3 billion worth of stolen cash, all in cryptocurrency. If it's one thing North Korea has, is definitely talented keyboard warriors. And these kind of hackers are only getting smarter. So if you're somebody that's on the internet and you have cryptocurrency, or you might even think of dabbling in it, or shit, just in general, you may even have, your bank accounts connected to your computer, just saved, ready to go. Be careful about the kind of stuff you interact with on the internet. Be careful with the kind of stuff you download, because the level of actual hacking is getting pretty intricate and good. And North Korea is just getting better. It's easy to laugh at a country like this when they really don't have anything, but usually it's when you have nothing that you have the drive to pursue something. And these guys are really using everything they have to apply the craziest level of hacks to target the average person and big companies. And you got to start taking it seriously when you got agencies like the Federal Bureau of Investigation actually putting out PSAs warning people that these guys aren't your average fucking scammer. They are advanced scammers. And those are the kind of people you really got to watch out for. Ladies and gentlemen, this is me, Mudahar, and if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike if you dislike it. I am out. Hello guys and gals, me Mudahar, and if I'm looking extra cheery today, it's because we're talking about my favorite crap stain in humanity's draws. Ladies and gentlemen, Johnny Somali. Now, I know I talked about this guy 9 days ago with his exploits in South Korea. I titled the video by saying South Korea is hunting down Johnny Somali, and that's no joke. South Korea is trying to make an example of this guy, and at some point, he's got apparently, allegedly, South Korean Navy SEALs out for blood here, all right? Apparently, it's to a point where there's allegedly a $700-ish bounty on this individual. Now, I haven't been able to confirm the $700 bounty, but if it exists, that's actually hilarious. Now, the other day I saw this post, Johnny Somali visits the Statue of Peace and apologizes to South Koreans. Now, immediately when I look at this, I think of like El Chapo or like any drug lord that has to stand in front of like the press and basically apologize or like state their piece. So we're gonna listen to some of this apology and go on forward. We're gonna see how valid this is.
죄송합니다.
죄송합니다.
나는
조마오.
죄송합니다.
죄송합니다.
Now, I'm gonna just say, ladies and gentlemen, I don't think this guy's actually apologetic. Now, for those of you who don't know Johnny Somali, I'm going to give you a crash course on this guy's douchebaggery. Now, way back, Johnny Somali kind of made waves, I would say, in the internet-like world, when he was basically just making a fool of himself in Japan. So for anybody that didn't know, Johnny Somali is a IRL live streamer who I guess started on YouTube before he got banned, but eventually ended up going to Kick, where I guess all degenerates can basically operate freely with impunity. So in Japan, Johnny Somali uploaded a few clips. Let's look at some of them right here.
Yo, what's up? Yo, guys, I'm so sorry.
Now, yes, this is Johnny playing what appears to be a pretty racist song in a Japanese subway where people are just minding their own business, trying to get home, go to work, or do something. Now, obviously, this is what I like to call the, this is what people call the IRL, like, you know, donation sound. So usually you carry around this Bluetooth speaker, people donate to your stream, and it plays like soundtracks and whatnot, or words, or whatever. And people around you just have to basically listen to that garbage, you know, without their goddamn consent. Now, this was arguably the least problematic of Johnny Somali's Japanese exploits. What got him really into trouble was, you know, basically allegedly breaking into a construction site in Japan, but more importantly, being a public nuisance in a business, like you're about to see here.
Sorry, turn the road. Hawaii.
Dude's playing like an air raid siren in a Japanese business, which obviously was one of the catalysts for getting in trouble in the country. But it wasn't just police trouble Johnny Somali was experiencing. Johnny had actually attracted the entire attention of actual individuals who would hunt this man down as a blood sport, okay? So he's just...
Right now, hop in Discord.
So I have to cut that out. Somebody comes behind him and Sam Fishers him. Now, obviously, you know, it's kind of wild when not only are you nationally famous for being a fucking nuisance, that you end up being on national news, but it's also crazy when, like, one of the more peaceful countries in the world where, you know, street crimes and assaults are kind of unheard of, Johnny is out there making Yakuza games a reality by getting fucking hunted down like a goddamn animal out in the wild. Johnny was also pretty unable to stand on business. This is what happens when somebody who can absolutely take this man on confronts him, not with violence, but with words.
Is that me?
Yeah, this you?
No.
You sure?
It's me, yeah, what's up?
I got a problem with you, bro. Yeah?
I'm a troll.
My wife is Japanese.
Okay.
You go over there insulting people like that. You know how many people died from Hiroshima joking about that shit?
I know.
So why are you joking about the people?
I was drunk.
Fucked up, bro.
I was drunk. I know
how many families suffered, people suffered because of that? You're on the train harassing.
I love how it's like, I'm a troll, man. I'm sorry. I love it when anybody gets pressed like this. It's all you lose all sort of like testicles. I mean, obviously, looking at a guy like this, he would probably rip your balls off if you even decided to like fuck with him in any capacity. So I can understand why Johnny basically like, you know, backs off at anything. Anytime somebody comes up, it's always a fold, baby. So for instance, a lot of Japanese media was covering this, and according to Jeffrey Hall, who I've covered, you know, in this story in the past, Several Japanese news outlets are reporting that American kick streamer Johnny Somali appeared before a Japanese court today. He claimed he was sorry for his actions and he would not live stream again. And ladies and gentlemen, he would constantly be breaking this. You cannot trust anything this man says. You know, like in the beginning of the clip when he was apologizing in the beginning of the video, one cannot take his apologies seriously. So if he's trying to convince the South Koreans that he's a good reformed boy, this man is a serial recidivist South Korean government, and just remember that. Even after his case in Japan, when he left the country, after on another individual stream, 2TRLK, he basically had some statements. And I'm not going to put the stream up because it's one of those streams where people just randomly jump in, so you just constantly get assaulted by the random user on the side. I will read you the actual transcript from Dexerto here. Who do you think they were asking about the money? How many viewers there are? You think I'm speaking? They asked me, did you go in the construction site? Yes, that obvious. They have footage. So basically the Japanese courts had asked him if he was making money in the streams, which Johnny clearly was. So for instance, Johnny decides to commit what we call perjury, a little bit of perjury, a little felony, a little felonious action, and say that he did not make any money in the Japanese courts. According to him, he said you can't give them a motive. They're going to go to the judge and say he did this for money, which he clearly did. You know, he was a troll. He does this for money. Like in the last video, he pretty much doesn't give a fuck. So anyways, Somali then went up to bring up his trial where he revealed to the judge that he wasn't making any money from advertisers in his video. And he wasn't really making any money at all. So yeah, just lies in court straight up. Now after Japan had basically removed him and he voluntarily left from what I heard, then he decided the next country he was going to go to was Israel. So of course, in Israel, he decides to do something that is insanely wild. Now in Israel, there's a place known as the Western Wall, which obviously is pretty holy to the Jewish, community, but also even to Islam as well. It's referred to as the Barak Wall. So yeah, it's a pretty important holy place. I mean, Jerusalem itself is pretty important for, Abrahamic faiths. But, if you look at what he did to the Western Wall, this is what he decided to put in. So he decided to put in his top 3 Jewish people into the Western Wall. So who are the top 3 Jewish people? Well, according to Johnny, it was Aiden Ross, as he's folding this image and sticking it into the Western Wall here. But the next examples are even wilder. He takes out Jeffrey Epstein, who I understand is Jewish. Would I consider him to be one of the best ones? No. Harvey Weinstein, also not probably the ideal Jewish person you want to put in. But he stuck these into the Western Wall, and immediately after, he was also confronted by other people who were here to pray.
Oh, no camera? Wait. Huh? How you doing? Hi. Wait here? Oh. Where's the mirror? Turn it off? Okay.
מה הכנסת בתוך הקיר?
Huh?
What did you put inside the wall?
Nothing wrong. We didn't do anything wrong.
מה הוא שם? What did you put inside the wall?
Nothing wrong.
What did you put inside the wall?
A prayer.
Huh?
A prayer.
A prayer?
Yes.
It's off. It's off. Off.
I also like how Johnny just folds off from there. Israel is one thing. I wonder why Johnny doesn't go to Saudi Arabia, goes to Mecca and Medina and makes a fool of himself in front of the Khane Kaaba. Because if he honestly did that, in the next 5 minutes, you would just hear the words Bismillah Rahman Rahim, and they would just grab the nicest sword that they could and behead this dude right there. It would actually be the only Saudi Arabian beheading. The international world would probably be like, congratulations, we get it. Now, Johnny must realize that going to countries where mandatory service is a thing, like South Korea and Israel, this is a country where he literally gets his ass beat again, all right? Not just Japan, the Israelis are after his ass too. Now, if he thought this globe-trotting adventure of getting your ass kicked was going to teach this man about manners, South Korea is a different beast. So what does Johnny do in South Korea? Well, Johnny decides that he's going to make a fool of himself and start kissing comfort women statues as he reaches the country. Now, these statues, if you look very carefully, Johnny is giving them lap dances and treating them with severe disrespect. He's throwing his ramen water all over a table and just throwing noodles. He's getting berated by fucking 7-Eleven of South Korea. God damn, this man is an idiot. And of course, if you look into the situation, right, very clearly, not only does he piss off the people in South Korea, but the comfort woman stuff is no joke. To give you an idea, comfort women in South Korea are referred to as women and girls that were forced into sexual slavery by the Imperial Japanese Armed Forces. So those statues that are just placed around Korean urban centers are literally a grim reminder of the history and the suffering of some of these women in, obvious wartime. you know, if you're any visitor and you go to a country, you probably don't want to be fucking making a mockery of something that serious, right? But again, Johnny gets his clicks and his attention through it. This is his bread and butter. So he's got to do it at this point if he wants any form of relevancy on the internet. The question one must ask, is it all worth it? And obviously it really isn't. People always are like, man, Muda, isn't this what he wants, attention from the video? It doesn't matter if you make a video on Johnny Somali, because Johnny has made a mockery of himself, and his actions have basically put him into legal hot water around the world. Johnny not only, you know, basically makes a fool of himself, but any of these countries where, you know, they come across a black guy like every once in a blue moon. You know, imagine somebody going home from the subway and he's like, I just met a black guy today. And they're like, oh, how was it? Fucking terrible, right? Just imagine that. So not only are you shitting on yourself, but you're making, you know, foreign expats, American expats, you know, Somalians, black people across the world who are, you know, honorable, like good people who just want to fucking be part of civilized society. You're ruining it for them. So anyways, Johnny, after his comfort statue debacle, gets hunted down by actual alleged Navy SEALs. Like I said, South Korea, much like Israel, is a country with mandatory service. And when you got Navy SEAL UDT men hunting you down, it's fucking Jover, okay? It's all done at that point. Now, allegedly, he's got like an actual, like, you know, bounty, like a 1 million won bounty, which comes around to like $770. Yeah. I have never actually seen this, and if this exists, it is the funniest shit that I've ever seen, dude. God damn. I don't endorse it, but to be honest, I have no sympathy for Johnny because this is a guy that gets himself into serious trouble. Now, obviously, in this entire situation, Johnny ends up getting himself booked by South Korean police. And at this moment in time, it gets even worse. So what's changed since then, and since he's been making these apologies? So we already kind of talked about how Johnny potentially faces like 10 years because of this situation. But according to Japanese, like, you know, according to a spokesperson from the country, it appears that Johnny is actually travel locked to the nation. So Dago, it ended up being out that apparently he was indicted on Monday without detention for creating a commotion at that convenience store clip that I showed you earlier. But according to this, there is a travel ban. Obviously, there might not be a case that is currently active, like they're probably still putting together everything, but a travel ban just basically means that he is not allowed to leave the country until basically this matter and all the matters associated with him versus the government of South Korea are sorted. Now, obviously, that translates to this man is fucked. There's no way any country is going to come in, even the American government, after all of his stupidity, are not going to jump in and basically drag this dude's chestnuts out of the fire. They might do it for somebody who's actually clouded up and has actually done something for the country. I don't think they're going to do it for a dipshit kick streamer. But the world is a surprising place. Maybe Johnny might just have the level of cockroach luck to get out in that capacity. But then Johnny decides that he's not going to just stack 10 years, he's going to add 5 and 7 years on top of it. And they might be like, how does this man constantly make a situation that much worse? And this is where a new element of his stupidity came out. Now, ladies and gentlemen, introducing a new streamer here known as Bong Bong IRL. Now, this woman is, you know, a pretty innocuous woman over here, but what Johnny did was create deep fake adult content of her, okay, or just deep fake content in general. Now, enter the streamer Bong Bong IRL. Now, this lady might seem innocuous, but she was unfortunately part of an alleged or involved in an alleged deepfake scenario by Johnny Somali. Now, I say alleged because obviously this is a legal case, but if you look very carefully, Johnny is over here showcasing his girlfriend, allegedly showcasing a deepfake, you know, pornographic video or a deepfake video made of another person without their consent.
Let me show you my girlfriend. You want to see my girlfriend? Look at this. I have a Korean girlfriend. I don't know why you guys want to attack me. Even I have a Korean girlfriend. She's a streamer. Bong Bong IRL. This is my girlfriend. I have a girlfriend. This is my girlfriend. Bong Bong IRL.
So this seems like it's just a Photoshop right off the bat. I don't know how close these people are. I haven't really researched their connection that hard. But what you're about to see next is an AI video of basically allegedly Johnny Somali kissing this Bong Bong IRL. So I don't know if I can show this to you because it's deepfake produced stuff. But in general, they go in for a smooch. And of course, just to go it a little further, if you look into the bottom right of this clip, you can see that there is a tag for something known as AI. So it's an AI tool that's just used to like take an image, you give it a prompt, and it tries to make sense of the image. So that's how people made deepfake kissing videos of this person. Now, whether it was Johnny who made this or it was somebody in his community that decided to do it for a laugh, Johnny inadvertently in his live stream allegedly distributed this image. Now, according to this one clip that I found with Bong Bong, what had actually happened over here was she had apparently went and reported this to South Korean police, which I guess, apparently kickstarted this whole process. Now, if it's one thing you have to understand about deepfake stuff is South Korea has had this banned, from what I understand, as of September 26th of this year. So South Korea revises its law that criminalizes deepfake pornography. So now it's not just illegal to create and distribute lewd digital material, but also even to view it. So anybody that is found to possess, save, or even watch this content could face up to 3 years in jail. So if you even download this stuff or, just view it on your own, willingly, then you are actually facing literally 3 years or a $22,000 fine, which is a very, very heavy penalty just for those 3 points. So where Johnny actually faces 5 to 7 years is when you look very carefully into this law, the sexually explicit deepfakes, and one could maybe argue the explicit nature of, getting two people to non-consensually kiss on a screen or a AI video, with the intention of distributing them is punishable by 5 years in prison or a fine of 50 million won, which comes out to be $37,900 US, under the Sexual Violence Prevention and Victims Protection Act. Now, looking into an amended version of this law, if you possess this stuff, it's punishable again with those 3 years in prison. The maximum punishment for those who produce or distribute, even if you stream an image on the internet, if you didn't produce it, deepfake content could increase from 5 to 7 years in prison, effectively making this guy spend, if all charges are maximally applied, you're looking at 17 years in jail, okay? So again, people are like, why would you give this guy more attention? The reality is it doesn't matter. This dipshit is already on national authorities' radar. He has ruined his fucking life right here. And this might be the third time. The final strike is already done. People are like 1 strike, 2 strike, 3 strikes, you're out. South Korea was in fact that third fucking strike. And again, look, South Korea is not a country that's new to make an example out of this. South Korea has had a case literally as of, in 2020 with the Nth Room case that we actually talked about, where literally there was a Telegram room from 2018 to 2020 where they were selling actual exploitation videos of victims on Telegram channels. Not even the dark web, literally on Telegram, right? Like, you've got individuals who are accused of blackmailing dozens of these women, taking exploitative videos. This isn't even like deepfake related stuff. And of course, some of these women would even be minors, and this would be distributed to people who would pay via cryptocurrencies. It's a really fucked up case, a really dark case that showcases just the level of depths of depravity some people will go to when distributing this kind of illegal shit. Now, when it involves things like deepfake stuff, obviously South Korea wants to really combat that because it can become a very massive issue. Another issue that you may not have heard of was back in May 20th of 2024, this year, a man was arrested for allegedly producing, distributing, and possessing AI-generated images of minors engaged in explicit conduct. So, according to the United States Department of Justice, a Wisconsin man was arrested on criminal charges for an alleged production, distribution, and possession of AI-generated images. So, this didn't involve, directly, a minor. But as you understand, AI-generated anything involves using material that comes from actual abuse, at least in this case. Because AI doesn't generate out of nowhere. It generates based on data that it has gathered and inferred on from the past. So this person, Stephen Anderegg, was basically allegedly using text-to-image generative artificial intelligence to create thousands of realistic images of minors. Many of these images were, again, incredibly adult, incredibly disgusting. And the thing is, the United States Department of Justice did not care if these were AI-generated images or real, because as long as they appeared to depict a minor, for them, it was a matter of protecting children. In the United States alone, a federal grand jury will return an indictment on May 15th, charging Anderegg with producing, distributing, and possessing obscene visual depictions. If convicted on all 4 counts in that indictment, he faces a statutory maximum penalty of 70 years in prison and a mandatory minimum of 5 years in prison. So I really kind of hope for a sick fuck like this, they really get the administrative max. But, you know, the U.S. justice system will decide that, not me. So that shows you just how serious deepfake and AI-generated material, especially when it is sexually explicit, has become. The entire world is kind of on different footing, but generally, most people can agree that there needs to be legislation for this. To tie it back to Johnny Somali, though, this is the fucking idiot that doesn't think about what he is doing. He just does shit because he's quote-unquote a troll, and he doesn't give a shit. But this is what happens when you don't understand the laws of the country you are supposedly being a douchebag in. He goes to South Korea, breaks the fucking law, and then expects maybe he can weasel his way out of it. But not in this case, ladies and gentlemen. I think for once we can say that you're finally going to see an IRL live streamer finally, and I mean finally, face some real goddamn consequences. And it's about damn time. This guy has been making a mockery out of basically anybody in the Western sphere. Like, we all kind of look like idiots because of this fucking, you know, traveler across the world. I mean, at the end of the day, it reflects poorly on Western individuals, but also it reflects poorly on black people, Somalian individuals, Muslims, whatever, right? Anybody that is intrinsically attached to this douchebag. And for once, you know, being a troll does come with consequences. It's like what people say with freedom of speech. I'm glad that there is freedom of speech. But there's no freedom of consequences, okay? Shit can happen to you. And shit is clearly happening to Johnny right now. So will South Korea make an example of this guy? I honestly think if it wasn't for the comfort woman stuff, the fact that deepfakery is involved, which is a very serious topic in South Korea, that might be what pushes the government to take some serious action on this asshole. If you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike if you dislike it. I am out. You saw Nintendo is suing a streamer for streaming a pirated Switch game? I meant to look into that. Thank you for reminding me. I wanted to check that out. That is a bold move. To be streaming a pirated Switch game, knowing how litigious and vengeful Nintendo is. Let me see, who was it? Nintendo suing a streamer of pirated software for millions of dollars. The defendant has been streaming gameplays before the titles were even released. Ooh, how stupid are you? Oh my god. Every game guru who it's accusing of streaming gameplays of pirated games before they were even released and providing viewers access to illegal ROMs and piracy tools. His goose is cooked if that's true. Let me see. What has he said about it? Wait, this is interesting. I thought it was just like he was streaming, you know, Super Mario 64 on an emulator. He pirated the game and he streamed it. How dare he? Rah, rah, rah. Oh, Nintendo big bad bully on the block gonna fucking spit in your butt. But no, it seems like this guy really did it to himself, if that's true. His YouTube channel is gone. He does have a Twitter. Nope, his Twitter is gone. Oh, they vaporized him already. They de-atomized him like Dr. Manhattan. Oh, no, his Twitter's still up. He scrubbed it, though. There's only 4 posts left. He streamed 10 different games before release. Poking the bear like that is nuts. Messing around with Nintendo and pirating their games is like fucking with the cartel. I don't know why he didn't think he was going to get skinned alive. In its lawsuit, the company said the defendant live streams himself playing games on YouTube, Discord, Twitch, TikTok, Trovo. What the fuck is Trovo? Kick Vaughn. D-Live. What year is it? What kind of place is this, huh? Picarto, Nemo, and Loco. I feel like he made up like 4 of these. That's like his own personal websites. Interesting. Very, very interesting. He was definitely putting himself out there, trying to stand out in the crowd, often with very little commentary. Okay. Apparently, every game guru streamed gameplays of at least 10 different titles before their official release date in at least 50 occasions since 2012. Oh, man. He had so many opportunities to just stop. And he just couldn't do it. The 15 combined viewers across 45 platforms was just too enticing for him. The clout. The audience needed him. The bat signal was up for every game guru. Picarto is a not suitable for work art streaming site. He was just posting this to everywhere that had live streaming capabilities.
He was probably trying to like blast this into like university exclusive websites. I'm surprised Vimeo's not on here. Every Game Guru allegedly streamed Mario and Luigi Brothership on October 22nd, 23rd, 24th, 25th, and 29th, way before its official release on the 7th. After Nintendo got the videos taken down from various platforms, including YouTube, he continued live streaming on Loco and even included a QR code for his Cash App handle. How stupid is this guy? This might actually be one of the dumbest men I've ever seen. I'm exaggerating. There's definitely stupider men in the world. But wow, you have to be actually turbo moron. You have got to be boofing idiot juice twice a day in order to actually think this is going to work out for you. Like, not only was he doing something highly illegal to one of the few companies in the world that will go out of their way to fuck anyone in the face no matter how small, he was including every possible means to track him. He gave a QR code for his Cash App on stream. Oh my god. His life is over. He would create new accounts after his old ones get disabled. Nintendo said he sent the company an email telling it that it has 1,000 burner channels and that he can do this all day. Man thought he was the Zodiac Killer, but against Nintendo. We found a user with the same name on Loco with streams of Super Mario Jamboree before it officially became available on the 17th. In addition to those two games, Nintendo listed the other games that the defendant played on video before release, including Echoes of Wisdom, Paper Mario Thousand Year Door, Mario vs. Donkey Kong, Super Mario RPG, Mario Bros. Wonder, Pikmin 4, Splatoon 3, Mario Strikers. Nintendo has also included screenshots of every Game Guru linking people to piracy tools in its lawsuit. I wonder how many people watch these. He had 59 followers on Twitter, so it's not exactly like he's, Kai Cenat out here breaking records with viewership. Man was risking life and limb for what? A couple tiddlywinks of clout? One screenshot showed a post where he wrote a step-by-step guide on how to play illegally downloaded ROMs. He included links to Ryujinx, Yuzu, Suyu, and Sadachi Nintendo Switch emulators, links to websites that distribute game ROMs, and a link to a website where people can get Switch decryption keys necessary to be able to play the console's games. Capitalism is cancer, he wrote in the post in all caps. My channel is being deleted for sharing gameplay videos. This is your reward. Brother, like, you're just doing something blatantly illegal. It actually has nothing to do with capitalism. Like, he's trying so hard to, like, co-op something to make it sound, like, justifiable, like he's fucking V for Vendetta out here. What an idiot. What an actual idiot. Company's asking for $150,000 in damages per violation of its copyright. As 404 Media notes, that could add up to millions, seeing as Nintendo is accusing the defendant of streaming at least 10 games illegally in at least 50 occasions. This is going to be the next Gary Bowser. Every games guru is going to be in Nintendo's servitude for the rest of his life, paying dividends forever. Half of his paycheck every month from this day forth, well, once the lawsuit's finalized, will go directly to Nintendo's bank account. That was his name, right? Gary Bowser? The previous guy that Nintendo butt-fucked? I'm pretty sure it was. Yeah, it was. Okay, I thought so. For those that don't remember, Gary Bowser was a guy that got into some hot water with some modification tools. When it comes to Nintendo property, they weren't super happy about it. He was making a lot of money off of it. They eventually sued him. They threw him in jail. And now, for the rest of his life, basically, he will be paying them back. Also, I might be misremembering Gary Bowser. It might be Doug Bowser. It's either Doug or Gary Bowser. I can't remember which one's the CEO of Nintendo in America. Nope, Gary Bowser. I had it right the first time. Hack seller Gary Bowser says Nintendo can take 25% of his monthly income. Basically forever, because he owes so much money to them. And he's already 53 years old. So every games guru, you and Gary Bowser about to be best boys. Can he even pay half that in his entire lifetime? Nope, it's not even about that. It's just about sending a message. And now they're doing the same to every game guru. This guy is, like, exceptionally stupid, though. Like, this is a completely different level of being dumb. If only everyone kept their mouth shut. You know what's crazy? If every single person, all of them that you can count on one hand, kept their mouth shut about every game guru streaming illegal games before they released, he still would have been caught because he sent them a fucking email. This guy couldn't keep his own mouth shut. He sent the company an email itself in order to put himself on their radar. This man just wanted to, like, ruin his life. He said, you know what? I'm a little too happy. I need to fuck that. And he did. World's dumbest crash out. It's gotta be up there. It seems so personal. Like, hating Nintendo, I get it. I'm right there with you. This, you're not even fighting against them, you're just fighting yourself. This is just so nonsensical. And he had so many opportunities to stop. So many. He has some devious plans we don't know about yet. That's true. He could be doing this right now with his hands as his plan comes together. Yes, I wanted to be sued for millions of dollars in damages from Nintendo. It's all coming together. I just checked out Vaughn Live. There's one stream under the gaming category by Poker Otai. It has 0 views. You know, yeah, let me see some of these websites he was using to stream, because I haven't heard of half of these. Let's start with Vaughn. Vaughn.live. Live stream your life. Vaughn Live. Possibly the greatest live. Let's see. How many total viewers does this site have right now? The top stream on Vaughn has 72 people watching, I think. It's got ads out the wazoo, though. God, using this site without an ad block is miserable. There's, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ads just right in your face off a rip. More ads than streamers. This actually does look like a virus. m.nemo.tv is the best social live streaming community for watching live show, game live, or have a free chat. Participate in real-time interaction or video. This one at least has some gaming on it right away. Let's see, the top streamer right now. This one, okay, so this one's more of an international one. So this one seems pretty popular, actually. And then Picarto. Someone already told me what Picarto was, but I'm gonna look it up myself. Apparently it's a not suitable for work art streaming site. Picarto, the world's best create live streaming service. Come watch your favorite artists and creative minds. Don't think I can pull it up on stream. There's not even a gaming category. Not that I can find. Didn't even know D-Live was still up. Oh, I forgot to check D-Live. How's D-Live doing? We actually did a check-in on D-Live about a year ago. Your stream, your rules. Are they still using lemons? Still doing lemon party over there or whatever, where like the currency is lemons? It seems like they've got 1 or 2, 4, 6. They have over 10,000 viewers right now on D-Live. I don't know how to order it by top streamer. What's D-Live? Oh, do you not remember D-Live? This was back with the whole Mixer hype when there was streaming competitors, and PewDiePie signed to D-Live and made that video about how he's streaming exclusively on D-Live. Like, they must have really like put a bag on PewDiePie for that. And he went to D-Live, nobody followed him, and then PewDiePie was like, yeah, this shit sucks, and left like in a month. D-Live was after Mixer. Yeah, I don't remember the timeline. It was just during that era where people were signing deals away from Twitch or going elsewhere besides Twitch. Kaiba deals? Actual Kaiba deal, yeah. I mean, it was smart. Take a bag, semi-retire for a little bit, then come back. That was the Mixer model. And the Facebook Live model. Because the audience was still here. So it's not like people really lost anything by taking like the Mixer deals or the Facebook deals. I'm about to scare every mainstream media outlet with one single word. Gamer. That word is the boogeyman to so many outlets. Gaming is a hobby that's been put in the crosshairs of mainstream media for decades now. They treat gaming like the devil, the root of all evil. It takes the blame for everything that goes wrong. If anything bad happens in the world, mainstream media does their absolute best to tie it into gaming in some way. If some guy commits some atrocities, they'll bring up like his Steam account and be like, well, we saw all the signs there because he once played Sims 3, so we knew that this was inevitable. This has been a trend that's been going on for a long, long time and shows no signs of slowing down. In fact, it's only speeding up. They're putting more coals in this train and they're driving it right off the fucking tracks here. They're going super hard on attacking gaming for everything that goes wrong in the world. And recently a YouTuber named The Act Man made a great journey through time looking at some of mainstream media's finest pieces on gaming. So just wanted to share some of their highlight montage here with their best takes in gaming. I'll put a link to Ackman's video in the description so that way you can see all of the stories, because wow, they're really something special. Oh, will gaming kill you? I imagine this is going to be talking about this recent fascination with obsession and blaming the subjects of obsession as opposed to the actual underlying cause of the addiction. That would be my guess. There's this recent trend, and it's not just gaming, where things that become a subject of addiction, which is literally anything, food, porn, games, any of it, instead of like talking about addiction itself, it's about these things should be banned because people get addicted to it. It's so weird. We've regressed so fucking much.
Over the years, is Fortnite too addictive? How many games put your kids at risk of pedophiles? There's a lot of fun questions for us to answer.
Now, when I
The
first
answer is
launched
Roblox.
my investigation,
Your odds of encountering a pedophile in a video game are exponentially higher on Roblox than anything else. That shit seems like almost commonplace with how often that happens there.
Across the country, and kids have no say as to what some of these characters say to them. For example, this character could be the man in California police are warning about tonight that asked for images from Missouri children.
Wait, whoa, Tortimer, you bastard. I thought it was weird in Animal Crossing he kept asking for pictures of my nutsack. God damn it! Did we finally catch him? Is he behind bars? In a Supermax cell? Son of a bitch! He infiltrated the cyberspace.
Could be. It could be the, or it could be the fucking goose on the left. Could also.
He could be
and
anywhere.
kids have no say as to what some of these characters might say to them. For example, this could be the man police are warning about tonight who asked for pictures from Cyrodiil children.
I cannot come up with any legitimate reason that an adult would be playing that particular game.
No reason. No reason for an adult to play Animal Crossing. Only bad reasons.
Well, you know what? That's where Sheriff Popeye and I are going to have to agree. I can't think of a single reason any adult would be playing Animal Crossing, especially when better games exist, like Fortnite. Yeah. He's actually making good points now.
Crime alert. We abuse.
Anderson says it is going to take parents paying attention to keep this problem from exploding.
Oh, you don't say. Having parents pay attention to their children and what they're doing. How dare you even suggest parenting in the modern age? You absolute harlot. You're telling people to be parents? No. That makes no sense. Just give them an iPad and unlimited access to everything online and then get mad when they find something they're not supposed to find. That's parenting. That's real parenting.
When really all it comes back to is just parents knowing what the fuck their kids are doing.
Now, right now, we know that only 3 children have been reported as being involved in this. Anderson says this is not a reason to be paranoid, but is something to be aware of.
While it's not a reason to be paranoid, we are
Involved
still
in
going
what?
to produce a new...
Involved in sending photographs to Tortimer in Animal Crossing? Is Tortimer not just an NPC? I'm pretty sure it is. Who are they sending it to? Nintendo headquarters? What are they involved in? I need to look up Tortimer. Is he in jail? That slimy son of a bitch. Tortimer is an elderly tortoise. He's a fucking NPC. He's the mayor in the town the player moves to. Who the fuck? What are they involved in?
Is going to redefine portable handheld gaming the way iPod is redefining music.
Well, stop the music, because it's also redefining how vulnerable your kids are to child molesters.
God! How? Explain to me how you arrived at this point.
What do you mean? We just watched about how Tortimer from Animal Crossing was soliciting nude photos of minors through Animal Crossing. Are you not paying any attention at all, Act Man? He's in the mainframe. He's in their hands right now.
Nintendo DS comes with a feature called PictoChat.
PictoChat? PictoChat?
Well, let me explain. You open the DS.
Oh, he actually takes a dick pic on cam?
You push PictoChat, and your DS unit is an open book.
Oh my goodness. Then there's no safeguards in place in order to stop you from sending a nude photo of yourself. And he just pulls down his pants and like actually goatsies. And look what I've done with PictoChat. Now I will fall victim to a bad actor on the DS.
Here's an example of what can happen. With Melanie and Marissa upstairs in the bedroom, I was downstairs sending them
PictoChat. Oh, I don't know shit about it. PictoChat only works within 100 feet. You just gave me like a crazy idea for a horror movie that I don't know if it exists or not. Imagine you and your family, you're out, you know, in the middle of nowhere. This cabin in the woods is an escape retreat. Very cliche, very tropey. But your kid's got the PictoChat. And he's you know, you're sending dick pics or you're sending the drawn penises to your siblings, you're giggling about it, and then all of a sudden a new PictoChat player pops up within 100 feet. He's in the radius. He's in the house. And then it's a game of cat and mouse. They have to use PictoChat to track down the pedophile, the killer. That'd be hype. That'd be a movie.
Your name. Where do you go to school? Where do you live?
Fucking creep. Where you live? What are you doing in this house? Messaging you in.
Marissa's mom was watching and Melanie and Marissa answered my questions, and she didn't like what she saw.
Melanie reading the address.
Wait, it's the news anchor downstairs. Your kids know he's there. There's cameras in their face. What do you mean you don't like what they saw? He's fucking on your staircase right now. What are you talking about? This is weird. The news anchor's wondering where I live, but he's literally sitting on my staircase. I mean, maybe he has like some kind of memory issue. Okay, I mean, I'll send it.
Granted, the girls knew it was me sending the messages, but they'd only met me minutes before.
And I could have been a child molester.
And remember Marissa chatting with her friend in the other car? That means a molester driving along could see your child in the back seat and start sending messages while you're in the front seat, totally oblivious to what's happening.
Holy shit!
God. Who the fuck is driving and like trying to join PictoChat lobbies? The logistics of that alone. Make my head spin.
Well, a Colorado family.
That's amazing. What the fuck? Imagine a drive-by pedophile. He's got like 6 PictoChats open for maximum potential to infiltrate nearby car PictoChats. Holy shit.
A DS with porn on it. So not only did this kid experience some traumatic shit, but he probably hates Santa now.
His father first called GameStop.
That fucking pervert old St. Nicholas, damn you. Damn you!
It's full of some real-life dangers.
He said, "Excuse me, House Slayer, can I speak to you for a moment?"
That does sound dangerous. Don't answer him. Don't answer him. He's gonna have you train rune crafting.
Is Hell Slayer?
In just minutes, Timmy's password was hacked, stolen. All his points and belongings empty.
What is it? What up there is for 12 mil? I can't even read the item. Yeah, he fell for the old Jagex blocks your password. That's a really old scam. That one actually got a few people I knew. Is it Bando's chest plate? It might be. You might be right. Yeah, that scam was you'd go into like, I don't know, any bank really. It was pretty big in Sears Village. You go into Sears Village, you spam Jagex blocks your password when you type it. Watch this, and then you just hit like 8 stars. And dumb fucking milk-drinking kids would be like, oh, that's interesting. They type their password and it doesn't block it. And they're like, ah. That's what Hellslayer fell victim to for sure.
So you can see right here, I'm getting ready to serve.
Where do the pedophiles infiltrate the tennis court?
Oh, jeez.
Oh, Christ.
The tennis racket.
Oh my god. Seeing all my buddies playing Pokemon and like my mom is the only one that's like, nope, you can't. It's dangerous. Violent.
Because the message is violence.
Oh, this isn't actually Satanic Panic. That was, I don't know if he's going to cover that one. Satanic Panic for Pokemon was such a big one. Actually still kind of exists to this day. There was a big Facebook group about like how Pokemon is actually like devil worship because they're using energy. And energy is a force that's only meant for God to control. So like that was big back in the day.
Fights, and the constant trading is not only distracting kids from classwork, but turning the playground into a black market.
Hey Timmy,
What do you mean a black market? It's just trading.
Give you Blastoise for your lunch money. I feel like
Is it a movement? Is it a craze? Is it a state of being?
It's a craze for little kids to enjoy themselves with. Adults are not going to get into this a lot. I think through the holidays.
Whoa! Wow, that's. Ooh, you didn't really have the future sight prowess on that one. It is largely adults at the moment. Well, you're a little off the mark on that prediction, but everything else was right.
PSPs are good, clean fun, right?
Yeah.
So why are they also known by the name PlayStation Pornable?
Oh, that's kind of hype. Actually, I do remember that. I do actually remember. There was a time where porn was kind of big on the PSP. Because it was one of the few times where you could just have, like, actual internet access on your, like, handheld device, so you could actually just watch porn. I do remember that.
We don't want to
It means you might not take iron crosses all over a website as a warning sign that you should immediately leave. And if you don't leave, you might start reading and buying into hateful ideas there.
The greatest danger of all may be a child predator posing as another gamer.
Oh boy.
One of these, man, it's all.
That's always so scary. Like, you never know who you're gonna run into around Varrock. That's something I often think about when I'm grinding Slayer and I have to go back to the Grand Exchange. I'm like, Jesus Christ, any one of these guys could be a pedophile. And that's the stress of being a gamer, honestly. Don't let anyone tell you gamers have it easy.
So that's the first thing. The damage is this. We know that all the research shows that violence has a desensitizing effect. Well, sexuality does too.
No, it doesn't.
These objects of desire as these, hot bodies. I mean, they don't show women as being valued for anything other than their sexuality. And it's a man in this game deciding how many women he wants to be with.
First of all, you
Jeff!
can play as a man or a woman in the game. Cooper, have you ever played Mass Effect?
No.
That's it. That's all.
Jeff Keighley is a fucking saint. I love Jeff Keighley. God, that's just so hard. I love that. So everything you're talking about, you've played and experienced it? Absolutely not, Jeff. Ah. Okay then.
It's just like modeling your life, and I think that's a much more powerful form of media.
Darlin, I gotta go with the research. And the research says, there's a new study out of University of Maryland right now that says that boys that play video games cannot tell the difference between what they're seing in a video game and the real world.
Whoa, what a claim! Who did they take the research from? Who was their test subjects? They can't tell the difference between a video game and real life, huh? Also, love the condescending tone, calling him darling. What an insufferable little asshole. Let's see, the University of Maryland. Well, University of Maryland. The potential for video games to improve mental health. Is that what you were quoting? University of Maryland. Video gaming may be associated with better cognitive function. Which one of these were you quoting here? Do you expect these people to actually read? No, not really. But isn't she like a psychologist? Isn't that why they brought her on? And I'm assuming she was trying to quote a real study, or I guess she truly just made it up from absolutely fucking nothing. Because I am finding nothing on that particular topic. But maybe I'm just not using the correct terms here to find it. Though even still, that seems like such a crazy study conclusion. People can't tell the difference between a video game and the real world. You would that is a crazy fucking claim to make. I don't know where the fuck this came from. But she apparently has a PhD in psychology and has published 7 books. And in 2008 she apologized for it. She just fully admits to knowing nothing about it. Yeah, at least she owned up to it. She didn't try and double down on it again. I guess that's good.
It's the highest rating that it can have. So first of all, this board that rates them needs to have their head examined. And this made me feel old watching this. What happened to Atari and Pinball and Pac-Man?
God, you are old. You are so old.
Why is technology advancing? What happened to the good old days of Betamax? Why do we have streaming music? What happened to the good old days of tube television and black and white TVs? This is stupid. Is it fucking stupid? Why are things advancing? Why can't they stay archaic?
She accidentally stumbled into a strip club on Roblox.
And that's where we're gonna call it a day.
That one, Roblox is actually dangerous though. The amount of fucking pedophiles that have been caught from Roblox, like real, like actual pedophiles that have preyed on kids from Roblox, is fucking actually astonishing. So you know what? If they're gonna run a story about like, hey, maybe monitor your kids on Roblox, I'll be like, you know what? That's fair. Yeah, that's fine. I actually agree.
Reporting live from ACT News, this has been the Act Reporter.
Good shit.
Signing out.
I hadn't seen any of those stories. Way to find some gold. Good shit, Act Man. I had legitimately never seen any of those stories. I remembered a couple of the controversies, but I never actually saw the segments. Why do people keep blasting video games when they should blast other stuff? Where have you been? They blast everything. Literally everything. I saw a big Twitter thread about why it should be really frowned upon to ask your friends to help you move. Everything gets blasted. Literally anything and everything is a problem. I don't know where you're getting why it's just games. It's everything. People make up shit to get upset about. That's just Twitter. Yeah, but Twitter is like everyone now. I used to think it's just Twitter, but Twitter is so big, everyone has an account pretty much, so those people exist in the real world. Like, it's no longer just these, like, isolated cryptids that use it. It's like actual people. Wait, that thing about helping friends move, that was a study? What? No, fuck, no. Literally nothing people get mad about on Twitter is anything like a scientifically backed statement or anything. It was this lady melting down about like people who ask their friends to help them move. She called it like childish, like you need to do it yourself. Pick yourself up by your own fucking bootstraps, move yourself, don't inconvenience your friends or some shit. It was so dumb. It was so fucking dumb. There's some memories that last a lifetime. Your first kiss, your first time driving, first time flying, first time getting an A on a test or hearing your parents say they're proud of you, and the first time you experienced the heartbreak of when your favorite video game gets unjustly shut down. If you close your eyes and listen closely, you can hear spirits breaking from tens of thousands of Echo VR players from across the world. Unfortunately, it was revealed a couple days ago that the most popular VR esport, Echo VR, is being shut down by Meta's new CTO, Andrew Bosworth, aka Boz. Big Boz recently took over and is making some pretty big changes and has cemented himself as the supervillain in the VR space. He, for some reason, decided to pull the plug on Echo VR, which is not a dead game by any means. It's a community of tens of thousands of players that still have a massively thriving esports scene. But unfortunately, just like Judge Dredd, Andrew Bosworth was blessed with the ability to axe anything. He's judge, jury, and executioner. So Echo VR was no longer allowed to fly under the new Boz laws. His reasoning is that the community is too tiny, saying that it had fallen into the low 10,000s, which if any of you play games know that that's not really a dead game status for what is essentially a 3-year-old game that doesn't see a ton of updates in the first place. Like, that's pretty fucking good. But not to Bosworth. He only deals in the millions and billions. He doesn't get out of bed unless there's a threesome waiting for him when he stands up, you know? Like, this is the kind of guy that only deals with the biggest numbers, I guess. So he said, unfortunately, since these pests are just so tiny and insignificant, I have to crush them. Keeping things alive takes work, Bosworth said. This is not like a return on investment money standpoint, it's just those resources could be put to other uses that I think will be useful to the now tens of millions of people who are in VR. He also says that Meta has some regulatory constraints that make it more expensive to maintain the game. So this is a bunch of baloney. This is horseradish. There's a bunch of fish paste here. That is a sizable community. That is a pretty strong user base for a game that's 3 years old and does not get active updates. You don't have a team that's on this that's dedicated to working on it around the clock. I just don't believe that's the case. I really don't. I don't think there's a ton of resources that are spent on the game as is, and I don't
Oh.